Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome to the G20 Infrastructure Investors Dialogue 2021. My name is Andrea Ghianda, and I'm Communication Advisor to the Italian G20 Finance Track Presidency. And today I have the honor to guide you through the interventions and sessions of this important debate. This conference is organized by the Italian G20 Presidency together with the OECD and the G20 Long-Term Investors Club, for the latter in particular by Cassa Depositi e Prestiti as the Italian representative of the network. This conference is live streamed, so participants can follow this conference on the G20.org website and the OECD website, and most of you will be connected via the Zoom live conference. Today's discussion will focus on financing sustainable infrastructure for the recovery. High-level speakers and participants will exchange views on the role that infrastructure investments play in boosting economic growth, sustainable development, and enabling the achievement of climate goals. We put together a list of high-level and distinguished speakers to discuss how additional private investment are structural to infrastructure projects. The conference will be structured in three main sections: an high-level roundtable, followed by two thematic seminar sessions. But before that, we have some keynote introductory remarks. We decided to invite today the G20 Troika finance ministers in order to make sure that there is a strong connection between the presidencies: Saudi Arabia in 2020, Italy in 2021, and Indonesia next year. It is a very rich agenda, which I hope you will find of interest. But without further delay, it is now with great pleasure that I give the floor to the Italian Finance Minister, Daniele Franco, for his opening remarks. Daniele Franco could not be with us today for an unexpected meeting in his agenda, but we managed to have a recorded video message that was prepared this morning. So I will ask my colleague to play the first intervention. Thank you.
I would like to welcome you all at this G20 virtual conference on financing sustainable infrastructure for the recovery. I'm sure the discussion will be extremely fruitful and will help advance the G20 agenda on infrastructure financing. Over the last year, the world has faced the disruptive effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, whose consequences will continue to affect our lives for time to come. The epidemiological and economic situations are now improving. Also, uncertainty persists. We can now look at the near future with guarded optimism. As G20 presidency, Italy aims to promote the development of new paradigms that can lay the foundation for a prolonged and sustainable recovery and prepare our economies for future unexpected shocks. Within this framework, infrastructure will play a critical role. A well-designed investment in infrastructures, one that incorporates sustainability criteria, will allow to unlock our growth potential and make growth more resilient and long-lasting. In my introduction today, I will touch upon two aspects of infrastructure financing: the role of public investment, in particular in sustainable infrastructure, and the involvement of the private financial sector in promoting the green transition. Investing in infrastructure is of the utmost importance to kickstart the recovery and promote a sustained growth. I would also add that it is particularly appropriate that policymakers do it now, as the current injunction opens a one-time window of opportunity that makes public investment particularly effective. During periods of high uncertainty, like the one we are currently facing, the multiplier of public investment on outputs is larger than in normal times. At the same time, public investment can exert a much stronger expansionary effect on private investment, thus dispelling concerns of crowding out effects. And it also has a strong effect on employment. Based on these uncertainty time multipliers, the IMF estimates that increasing public investment by 1% of GDP would create between 20 and 33 million jobs in advanced and emerging markets. In particular, environmentally sustainable infrastructure is a powerful engine for quality job creation, given that low-carbon sectors are more labor-intensive than high-carbon ones. The spirit of the Next Generation EU package of €750 billion is precisely this, to quickly repair the damage from the pandemic by boosting growth and, at the same time, to build more prosperous and inclusive economies, steering them decisively alongside a sustainable path. In particular, the Next Generation EU package requires that at least 37% of investment are directed at green projects, so as to make the ecological transition not just a label, but a concrete and achievable goal. Public investment in green infrastructure will not only generate positive demand effects, but also promote adjustment on the supply side. It may in fact enable the private sector to adopt new technologies more cost effectively and quickly. This brings me to the second point of my talk, the private sector. A complete and non-reversible transition towards a net zero emission economy cannot be driven only by policymakers and legislators. It has to be fully shared by firms, investors, and market players. It will require, first and foremost, that firms in many industries change their production technology to more carbon neutral ones. Governments and policymakers can, of course, promote this process, for instance, through well-designed regulation and taxation regimes. The financial system must do its part, as a complete shift from fossil fuels to clean infrastructure investments require to mobilize a substantial amount of financial resources. In recent years, financial operators have displayed a growing appetite for financial products that incorporate sustainable finance criteria, that is, ESG factors. The available empirical evidence seems indeed to indicate that sustainability integrated portfolios can even outperform traditional ones, thus making sustainability a relevant factor of success and competitiveness for companies and investors. Yet, much remains to be done to reorient savings and investment decisions of market operators toward more sustainable options. For a number of reasons, this investment potential remains still untapped. The G20, under the Italian Presidency, has launched different initiatives to enhance transparency and comparability of sustainability reporting and disclosure, so as to incentivize investment into ESG projects. For this reason, the Italian G20 Presidency has decided to organize the first G20 Infrastructure Investors Dialogue. I would like to thank the co-organizers of this dialogue, the OECD and the Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, on behalf of the G20 Long-Term Investors Club. They have helped us in bringing together leading financial institutions, institutional investors from G20 countries and beyond, as well as multilateral and national development banks that play a pivotal role in the mobilization of private investment in infrastructure, risk mitigation, and project development. Today's work will build on the proposal made by the private sector to overcome the barriers undermining their investment in infrastructure. These proposals were included in the G20 OECD report on the collaboration with institutional investors and asset managers on infrastructure, which was welcomed by G20 finance ministers and central bank governors last year under the Saudi presidency. To conclude, I look forward to today's discussion and to hearing solutions from the distinguished speakers to inform policy and business decisions in the coming months for a more prosperous future.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your insightful contribution and for helping us kicking off today's discussion. It is indeed a unique opportunity that is raised from the crisis, and it's crucial to seize this opportunity, as investing more and better in infrastructure can promote growth and greater sustainability. of course, with the involvement of the private sector. And this is actually the main aspect of today's debate, fostering a dialogue between public and private investors in the infrastructure sector. I will now hand over to His Excellency Mohammed Al Jadaan, which is the Saudi Arabia Finance Minister. As we said, we wanted to create a strong link, and you will hear that a lot today in the connection of the work that has started last year during the Saudi Arabia presidency and the work that continued this year under the Italian presidency and will continue throughout the next years with the coming presidencies. His Excellency, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I'm really happy to be with you today. A very good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank all representatives from the G20 countries, international organizations, and the private sector participating in this very important dialogue. I also want to thank the G20 Italian Presidency, the OECD, and the G20 Long-Term Investors Club for organizing this timely event. Indeed, infrastructure plays a significant role in boosting economic activities, and if done properly, it should foster stronger and more inclusive sustainable growth. Infrastructure is at the heart of the Sustainable Development Goals, and it is indeed our joint responsibility to help close the persistent infrastructure financing gap. In this context, I would like to focus my remarks on three interlinked topics, namely the ESG standards, the private sector financing, and the public-private partnerships. One of the initiatives that the G20 has recently undertaken is the G20 OECD Report, as we have heard just now, and the collaboration with the institutional investors and asset managers and infrastructure. The report presents views on issues and challenges to overcome the financing gap by promoting private investments and offer policy actions to address and overcome these challenges. As a result, the G20 leaders and the finance ministers, central bank governors welcomed the report during the Saudi G20 presidency and called to continue such dialogue. To mobilize private financing for sustainable infrastructure, private sector investors in infrastructure suggested several policy areas, including enhancing engagement and partnership to promote investment and risk management through capital market development and regulatory frameworks. Investors are also highlighted that mobilizing private financing for sustainable infrastructure requires governments to focus on enhancing institutional framework, ensuring transparency and governance, and show a solid commitment to bringing stability to infrastructure markets. The Italian G20 presidency took these efforts forward by focusing on ESG considerations among the main themes of the G20 Infrastructure Investors Dialogue. However, the lack of information, potential cost considerations, and the heterogeneity of private infrastructure hinder adopting and measuring the ESG performance for infrastructure investments. Hence, closer dialogue helps identify better and more sustainable solutions that meet investors' expectations and realize the full potential synergies between public and private stakeholders. We in Saudi Arabia are working towards promoting public-private partnerships with the recently announced privatization plan that includes a pipeline of 160 projects across 16 sectors, including asset sales. We aim to secure about $55 billion out of this privatization plan. Part of that amount will come from the capital market issuances, but we also expect a substantial portion of it to be generated from a healthy pipeline of PPPs and asset sales. Through these partnerships, we are looking to reduce government management of services and increase private sector participation in many areas, such as managing and financing health infrastructure, city transportation networks, school buildings, airport services, and water desalination and sewage treatment plants. The driving force is to create a better, and more cost-effective plans, and efficient delivery, reducing material and energy usage for a better planet. Thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts on sustainable and quality infrastructure, and I look forward to a productive exchange of views and collaboration in today's event and throughout the Italian G20 presidency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, for being with us today and for your important remarks, for highlighting what you've been able to achieve throughout 2020, and also for your recommendation for the future activities of this important work stream of activities. To conclude our opening speeches, it's my great pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker. As you may know, the Biden administration recently announced an ambitious infrastructure plan to help the US economy recover from the coronavirus pandemic. The plan aims to modernize infrastructure, strengthening service delivery, in particular as concerns the social infrastructure, and enable the transition to greener energy. The US Secretary-Treasurer Janet Yellen has accepted our invitation to participate in today's conference. She sent a pre-recorded video that we will be hearing now. So I will ask my colleague to let's start the video, and I want to thank US Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen for her contribution.
Minister Franco, Minister Al-Judon, Minister Indrawati, and other distinguished guests, it's an honor to be with you. I want to thank the Italian presidency and the G20 for inviting me to speak with you, especially about such an important challenge, increasing infrastructure investment in accordance with environmental, social, and governance principles. These investments are key to combating climate change, and this decade will be decisive. To keep a global warming limit of 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach, we must all get on the right path now. This will be challenging, but the transition to a global low-carbon economy represents one of the most important and consequential economic transitions in human history. One piece of that transition must be facilitating greater investment in clean, sustainable infrastructure. After all, finance and infrastructure both play vital roles in accelerating the path towards a clean energy economy and building a resilient future. Approximately 70% of global emissions come from the use and construction of infrastructure. Financing new high-quality green infrastructure that's both resilient to extreme climate events and emits minimal greenhouse gases, is crucial to reducing these emissions. And we need you, investors and infrastructure developers, to help lead the transition. Today, we face an annual global infrastructure investment gap of around $2.5 to $3 trillion, and it can't be filled by public sector funds alone. If the world has a realistic hope of reaching our climate goals and avoiding the most catastrophic effects of climate change, we must close this gap by investing in sustainable infrastructure. Climate change is not the only driver for investing in quality green infrastructure. These investments also provide opportunities for the bottom line, as investments that account for environmental, social, and governance impact reduce downside risk and protect returns. The G20 has worked diligently to catalyze private sector investment in infrastructure. This work is now more important than ever as governments divert resources toward COVID-19 recovery, and the United States is committed to doing its part. First, to help address the investment gap here in the United States, the Biden-Harris administration has proposed a plan to invest $1.7 trillion in public finance over the next 10 years. These investments will modernize 20,000 miles of highways and roads, expand the country's broadband infrastructure, and most importantly, they will help catalyze significant private sector investment in infrastructure and green technologies. For example, the plan calls for a proposed investment tax credit that would mobilize tens of billions in private investment in high-voltage power lines alone. Under this plan, 40% of the benefits of climate and clean infrastructure investments will go to underserved areas, including rural and tribal communities. These investments will create millions of high-paying jobs that strengthen working communities and achieve environmental justice. When President Biden thinks of climate, he thinks of jobs and vice versa. He believes tackling the climate crisis presents an historic economic opportunity. We're also working internationally. Mobilizing international climate finance is an important part of enabling our partners to pursue ambitious infrastructure and climate agendas. We cannot hope to succeed in achieving our climate change goals if we do not have a credible plan for unlocking the required capital flows. To that end, President Biden announced the U.S. International Climate Finance Plan at the Leaders Summit on Climate in April. As part of this plan, Treasury is engaging in international efforts to improve information on climate-related risks and opportunities to identify climate-aligned investments. Treasury assumed the co-chair of the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group to help drive international cooperation on this work. Likewise, we strongly support the G20 Infrastructure Working Group's efforts to operationalize the quality infrastructure investment principles to help investors include climate-aligned infrastructure in their portfolios. In addition, Treasury will work with international partners to identify and address barriers to emerging market infrastructure investments through sustainable climate finance dialogues. In many respects, the private sector is already leading the way. Over the last several years, ESG investing has increased tremendously. ESG fund assets have grown from just $10 billion in 2015 to $246 billion in March of 2021. Similarly, sustainability-linked debt issuances have grown at an annualized rate of 60% over the last 8 years. We must do more, though. In order to mobilize additional investments into clean infrastructure, investors are demanding clear and comparable ESG data and metrics. Poor quality or availability of ESG data and lack of standardized ESG metrics are often cited as barriers to further deployment of sustainable finance. And lack of clear measurements also opens the door to greenwashing. That is, inflating environmental and emissions benefits to attract investors. To improve infrastructure data quality, we're working in the G20 to develop indicators for the Principles for Quality Infrastructure Investment, or QII. As many of you know, the QII principles were endorsed during the Japanese G20 Presidency in 2019, and they incorporate ESG considerations, resilience, and life cycle cost. Negotiations on QII indicators have been extensive. There are legitimate concerns over their potential impact on investment and project costs. Yet we continue to hear from private investors the consideration of ESG factors in their financing decisions has shifted from being nice to have to being must have. This event is an excellent opportunity for investors and developers to communicate these views and respond to concerns over the cost of ESG measurement and monitoring in infrastructure. We need to hear from you today. Well, we've been discussing ESG principles and indicators for infrastructure in the G20. The private sector has launched ESG infrastructure initiatives. I commend these efforts, and I would urge greater collaboration between governments and private sector initiatives as we further identify and refine the metrics most useful for promoting infrastructure investment. We should work together. In summary, as governments work towards COVID-19 recovery and steer our economies toward a net zero future, the private sector will need to play an outsized role in financing and developing infrastructure. It's my hope that this dialogue helps unlock progress toward greater ESG clarity and transparency, so these investments can play a key role in closing the infrastructure gap and lowering global emissions. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Secretary Yellen, for your important words. If we want to find a fil rouge to connect all the keynote intervention, we can definitely see that you all stress on the importance of investing in sustainable infrastructure. And we also feel sort of a sense of urgency to take this opportunity to seize the momentum that the crisis is offering to do concrete advancement on the infrastructure agenda. Secretary Yellen highlighted that public sector cannot reduce the financing gaps alone. So hence it's required to have the contribution and to have a fruitful dialogue with key members of the private sectors. This is exactly what we want to start doing in the next session of this important day of discussions. Before giving the floor to the moderator of the next session of this event, I just want to give you a few housekeeping notes. Since now we're moving towards the more engaging, let's say, for you participants, part of the event. There is a possibility to address questions, although not in the first roundtable, but in the two seminar sessions that will follow. You will have the possibility, if you're following this event via the Zoom web conference, you can submit your question via the Q&A function that you find at the bottom of your screen. I repeat that there is no possibility to ask questions in this first roundtable, but you will have plenty of possibility to do that during the two seminar sessions. Also, at the very beginning of the two seminar sessions, the moderators will launch some short polls related to the topic under discussion. This is to grasp your view and to give you the possibility to give some insight on the activity, on the issues that are discussed today. The result of this poll will be communicated at the end of each session. Now we move to this roundtable. The organizers of this event have managed to put together a very distinguished panel that puts together distinguished speakers from the private sector and representatives from the national and multilateral investment banks. They will have to exchange views on how strengthening the dialogue between investors and governments and how these can help mobilize private capital in sustainable infrastructure for the long-term recovery. The moderator of this session is Mr. Masamichi Kono, the Deputy Secretary General of the OECD. Thank you very much, Mr. Kono, for accepting to moderate this distinguished panel. And without further ado, I will give you the floor for the first roundtable discussion. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Gandia. Thank you, Andrea. A great thanks to the organizers of this particularly important and timely event. Now, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you today to this first high-level roundtable discussion. We're joined by a number of distinguished guests that I will introduce in a moment, but if I may, I would like to provide a few words to maybe kickstart this discussion. I must say, this topic has really been at the heart of G20 and OECD work, and there's really a wealth of work products, reports, discussions already made at the G20 and the OECD, and Secretary Yellen actually referred to the work. But then all this will have to be, of course, put into practice. That is, we have to really implement the good standards. We also have to learn from the experiences of others, and certainly we have to strengthen collaboration between the private and public sectors. And all this we have to do in collaboration across sectors, across disciplines, and what we frequently mention at the OECD, that is through a whole of government approach and a multidisciplinary approach. Now, this event really comes at a very timely and critical juncture, because with this unprecedented pandemic, many governments are incorporating infrastructure investment as a central part of their COVID recovery plans. And through this painful experience, investment in green or investment to enable a transition to a sustainable low carbon economy and society has also come to the center of the policy debate. And it is really paramount that the infrastructure contributes strongly to a sustainable recovery, and we need to refocus efforts on that we've been making in dealing with the urgencies such as healthcare, etc., into meeting the longer term objectives of climate change or tackling climate change, the energy transition, the digital transformation, and poverty eradication, of course. So this is truly a daunting task, but at the same time, we can really work together across sectors, again, across stakeholders, and the private sector has really been, again, strongly supporting the agenda all throughout, and of course, we appreciate the collaboration. Now, let's say this event really is a continuation under the 2021 Italian presidency of the G20 of a collaborative effort between the G20 and key private sector representatives established last year. There was already a reference to the G20 OECD report on collaboration with institutional investors and asset managers on infrastructure, investor proposals and the way forward. It's a bit of a long title, but this report really reflects the investors' views on the issues and challenges affecting private infrastructure investment, and makes a number of proposals to improve the infrastructure investment environment. And it reflects, among others, the strong desire by investors to mainstream ESG into infrastructure financing. And as the Minister Franco mentioned, G20 leaders and finance ministers welcomed this G20 OECD report, and called for the exploration of options to further pursue this work and the dialogue with investors. So we're gathering today to do precisely this, to enhance the dialogue. And I'll be keen to learn about your ideas on how we can take forward this collaboration. What are the priorities, and what the governments can do to help. Now to feed us with some precious thoughts and experiences. I have a wonderful lineup of distinguished panelists, and they really don't need to be introduced, in fact, but they are Mr. Larry Fink of BlackRock, Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Giovanni Golno Tempini, Chairman of Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, Mr. Werner Hoyer, President of the European Investment Bank, Mr. Carlo Messina, Chair of the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force, and Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Intesa Sanpaolo. So now I'd like to invite each of the panelists to provide their brief introductory remarks, and then I would like to follow by asking a few questions, and there will be some concluding remarks, and depending on the time, we can really have an interactive discussion among the panelists. But I would like to ask the panelists to be as brief as possible, to focus their opening remarks on what they have been doing, or you have been doing, to promote sustainable infrastructure financing, and the role of infrastructure investment for a sustainable recovery, and of course how to move forward on the agenda, because this is truly urgent. And as Secretary Yellen again mentioned, to meet our climate goals, we really need to make a.
But I'm not on.
Oh, sorry. I now see Mr. Larry Fink is online. Welcome. We really need to make a sea change in our efforts towards meeting our sustainability goals. So can I start with Mr. Larry Fink? Larry, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And I was on, but you couldn't see me, so we had to reboot everything. So I apologize. It is an honor to be part of this group with friends that on this panel, and prior people too, friends. So let me describe the role of an asset manager. First and foremost, we are the connector between asset owners and the investments we make. And we have $9 trillion of other people's money. And our job is to help asset owners, of which 2/3 of the money that we're responsible for is retirement. So our job is to find effective long-term investments for our clients. It is not our balance sheet like an insurance company or a bank. We're not a lender of our own money. It is money that we are implementing on behalf of many retirees worldwide, as the largest retirement manager in the world. And so our job is to find effective investments. And part of that, our job is to guide and to shape our investors as to where they invest their money. 2 years ago, we said that climate change is investment risk. And we believe that more than ever before. And at the same time, we believe one of the most important investments for long-term investors is infrastructure. And so we have, I would say, hundreds of billions of dollars of interest to invest in infrastructure. Our biggest difficulty is not capital. Our biggest difficulty is finding the appropriate investments. Even today in the United States, where there is being proposals by the president of a $1.7 trillion infrastructure bill, at this moment, we don't know if there's any role for private capital. Is it all going to be funded by federal money or state money? But the reality is we are heavily interested in working with governments worldwide. We do. We are one of the largest infrastructure investors in the world. And today we are in scale the largest sustainable investor in the world on behalf of our clients. And we are seeing billions and billions of dollars of flows into sustainability. And if we had the supply for infrastructure that will meet the needs of long-term investors, then we will have just as much capital. Let me just bring one area where the world, because of COVID, where it was very clear why we need an infrastructure spending. Even as wealthy as the United States, 35% of Americans do not have broadband. 35%. One of the great divisions between inequalities now is, do you have broadband in your home? You know, can you educate your children at home? Can you work from home during COVID? And so we are seeing glaring examples of how the pandemic has created greater inequalities. And it told us and shows us where we need to be investing in our infrastructure and how do we bring and broaden the economies. And so I just gave you a statistic for the United States. I could give you very big statistics for parts of Asia, statistics about Europe. Every country is now talking about, as they prepare for COP26, talking about how we need to get to a net zero and decarbonization. But I don't see movement towards how do we create a continental power grid to prepare for cities that are going to only have electric vehicles being used by sustainable renewable energy. And so, but this is where capital from the private sector can go. This is where we have discussed with many governments that we have capital standing by to be investing in this. And we are very encouraged by the movement by some governments, but let's be clear, we have the capital. Capital is not a problem when it comes to infrastructure and sustainability. It is working with governments, working with private sector companies who are moving forward and finding solutions. And then the last thing I would say is, this is not necessarily infrastructure investing. If we are going to truly get to a net zero world, we do not have the technology yet to do it, unless we are willing to accept huge inflation. Because right now, the green premium in cement, in steel, in agriculture, in biofuels is as much as 50% more expensive than hydrocarbons. And so what I would urge all members of the G20 to focus on R&D investing, working on new technologies to find solutions for cheaper processes to create biofuels, green cement, green steel, green agriculture. It took us 30 years as a humanity to bring down the cost of solar and wind so it's as cheap as coal. We don't have 30 years. We don't have 30 years. And so what we are going to need to do is, and this is where BlackRock, working with the government of Singapore, Fund Temasek, where we are creating a decarbonization fund to invest in new technologies. And so side by side with infrastructure to make and to broaden the economy, to build a better, more resilient economy, to prepare for a green economy. At the same time, we're going to have to invest heavily in R&D, in hard, I would say in hard science, hard activity, so we could have steel that is totally green. We could have cement that is totally green. We could have agriculture that's totally green. That's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those remarks. And I'm tempted to ask you for some follow-up questions, but maybe later after the others speak, if you don't mind. Okay, now can I turn to Mr. Tempini, Chairman of Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, for your remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kono. I'd like, first of all, to say hello to Minister Franco, to Minister Al-Jadaan, President Hoyer, dear Werner. Nice to see you, same as Carlo, Mr. Fink. Ladies and gentlemen, very glad to participate today to this important dialogue. This event has a great significance for the G20 Long-Term Investors Club. By co-organizing this debate at the club, which is chaired by President Hoyer, and which sees Cassa Depositi e Prestiti as a member and host institution for this year, is for the first time recognized as a G20 key stakeholder. And the club, which has among its members some of the biggest G20 national development institutions, sees in infrastructure its main topic of discussion. In consideration of the far-reaching positive impacts that they can have, either in normal times or in crisis times, as we have been witnessing in the past 18 months. Because infrastructure is the foundation on which economic development and social activities can thrive, bringing to a global higher living standards. It has a direct and indirect impact both on GDP, on labor and employment, equally enhancing competitiveness and overall social and economic efficiency. It is clear now that it is crucial for the quality of life, since infrastructure is not just a fundamental enabler for industrial production, mobility, communication, as Larry was mentioning, but is also crucial in education, in health services, in housing and well-being in general. Let me just mention digital and green. To effectively plan, finance, and execute all these infrastructure demand, there is a need for a strong cooperation between the public and the private sector. Also, through a more pervasive use of public-private partnerships. And in fact, private investments will be even more crucial, as public finances will not suffice to fill the infrastructure investment gap. And the private sector and the long-term investors most involved in financing long-term assets as Cassa Depositi are then crucial part of the solution to finance most needed infrastructure. The G20 has indeed long drawn attention to infrastructure and has made significant efforts to close the investment gap. And in particular, it has taken key steps to unlock private capital in infrastructure and align it with long-term growth and development goals. Cassa, as Italy's national development institution, stand ready to continue this dialogue going forward. And I'm glad that Carlo Messina is here because we and Intesa Sanpaolo have in the past and are continuously bringing forward projects ranging from motorways to digital infrastructure, and I could mention many other examples. We support G20 efforts by doing our best in unlocking investments in green and brown infrastructure, with a particular focus on making it sustainable and forward-looking. And we need to do that with the idea that the money that we invest, although on a long term, will generate returns. And that is the role of institutions like ours. National development institutions have and are playing this important role of catalyzing long-term financing in a socially conscious way. Schools, hospitals, retirement homes, social and affordable housing are all part of a healthy infrastructure system where gains from this kind of social infrastructure is seen as part of the material and immaterial capital of society. And as an institution with a public mandate about managing private resources, we have these unique characteristics of being able to spur investment also in this kind of infrastructure, building a bridge between private investors and public institutions. We invest directly and co-invest with partners as the EIB and other national development banks, and other private sectors I already mentioned in TESA, in order to blend public and private resources. Let me conclude by saying that we are very proud to invest alongside the Italian government and other private investors in social housing projects that offer affordable rents and pre-agreed lower sales prices for citizens and students. And we have managed to fund the third residential fund in the world that raised over 3 billion euros, realizing more than 270 projects for a total of 20,000 new homes. I think this is a good example of what I meant for investing on a long-term basis in social and productive infrastructures. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tempini. Again, I will probably have some follow-up questions for you, particularly in terms of the real examples of successful projects that you may have completed. But then, can I now turn to Mr. Werner Hoyer, President of the European Investment Bank? Could you please?
Thank you very much for the invitation and for the possibility for me to participate in this exciting discussion. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the European Investment Bank, we have a special role in advancing the common interests of the EU member states. And that is why we have a strong focus on developing the connecting infrastructure that is the backbone of the European single market. As the EU Bank, we are able to complement what national governments and national development banks do, bridging some of the divide in access to long-term financing across the Union. In the course of this pandemic, this has been more important than ever. Some of our emergency response has focused on healthcare. A lot of it has focused on helping businesses survive through the economic crisis. In that context, I must really mention the excellent collaboration we have with Cassa Depositi e Prestiti and Intesa San Paolo, and I'd like to thank Carola and Giovanni for this great work together. This kind of partnership between the EIB promotional and commercial banks is also very important for infrastructure. The EIB's raison d'etre is to be additional. That means we don't crowd others out. For every project, we assess rigorously what market failures it addresses. And that's how we know our intervention is really needed. It means that when we get involved, our aim is to bring something to the project that attracts and crowds in other market participants. It might be long-term financing or advice on financial structuring or technical advice on how to prepare and implement a project. We know that if we are not making projects more attractive to private investors to come on board, we are not doing something right. Nowhere is this more important than in climate finance. The public sector just cannot meet the challenge of the scale that is needed. We have to think in terms of being a catalyst that mobilizes private finance to achieve climate goals. I believe we are at a turning point. Investors everywhere are realizing that if a business or infrastructure project is not aligned with the needs of a zero carbon future, it is not a viable long-term investment. I'd like to thank Larry Fink for his recent letter to CEOs. It was so important in bringing wide attention to the reality of this shift. And I particularly like your emphasis on the need for disclosure and planning for a carbon neutral future. On this, at the EIB, we have the ambition to be the avant-garde. We have been transforming from a bank that does many climate projects to one that is the EU Climate Bank. With our new Climate Bank roadmap, we have raised our climate finance ambitions. But more than that, we have disengaged from financing any unabated fossil fuel projects, and every EIB operation has to be aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement. So now we only lend to projects that are compatible with a net zero carbon future, but net zero requires many more projects. And this is why we are open to place our expertise at the center of partnerships to develop new bankable projects with others that share this vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And indeed, you have really been instrumental in taking forward the climate agenda in your realm. Certainly, I would have some more questions for you, if possible, later. And thank you again for your remarks. Now, can I turn to Mr. Carlo Messina, Chair of the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force and Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Intesa Sanpaolo. Mr. Messina, please.
Thank you very much. And I wish to thank the OECD, the G20, the D20 Long-Term Investors Club for their kind invitation to this dialogue. I have to tell you that listening the other players in this meeting, I think that probably it is very important to focus on climate, carbon zero, but what I consider really strategic is to try to work for poverty and inclusion. So infrastructure, in our expectation, is something that in the short term can change dramatically the situation of inclusion and poverty. So through infrastructure, we can increase employment and we can accelerate growth in the different countries, then leveraging also on all the other items related to ESG and climate. So that's the reason why I'm really happy and honored to be the chairman of the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force. In this task force, we are trying to work in something like a recovery impact plan in which the execution capabilities to tackle the social aspect of future growth and the impact of this growth on inequality. So we think that to work on this area is fundamental than working on all you have mentioned in order to reinforce growth in all the trends that are the one for the future. Digital investments in social housing, as Giovanni told, is very important because it's something that can improve the condition in order to remove inequality. But our conviction is that we can really make the difference if we try to have this focus on infrastructure as a lever to improve inclusion in this difficult phase in which we are trying to leave this pandemic situation. So in the B20 task force, we are trying to work in something that you can consider quality of life through service infrastructure. I think that this is really the real game changer. So working on quality of life and try to reinforce this in order to reduce inequality in the world. This is the real role of infrastructure investments for the recovery. And I can confirm that there is a common ground amongst our task force members for 20 different countries, that this should be really a clear priority. We need to have investments in hospitals, mobility, transport, road maintenance, efficient telecommunication networks, school education, to ensure healthy lives and to promote the well-being for all at all ages, but also to try to remove a portion of poverty that is probably today the most important part of the problem that we have, not only in the different countries, but all over the world. This means that we have to create places nice to live as a first and central step to an economic regeneration strategy. So this means also that urban regeneration is a key driver for a post-COVID recovery. So I think that it is really now a priority to fulfill a vision for sustainable metropolitan areas in which you will have the concentration of people living in the future in the different countries. And we need to create conditions in order to create a better quality of life in this area. And at the same time, it's important proximity. That's the reason why, as Intesa Sanpaolo, and as also Cassa Depositi told, we are in a clear connection with the key players in the country, but we decided to allocate 400 billion euros of new medium-term lending in order to support infrastructure and to accelerate also the impact of the next generation EU funds that our country will receive in the future. We think that it is really a priority for a bank that is absolutely involved in the country. We have 1.2 trillion euros of savings of the Italian family, and we need absolutely to try and to find solution in order to mobilize savings into the real economy and to try to accelerate growth in the different areas. So I think that there are three strategic areas: environment, impact and growth, and international benchmark in urban regeneration with real projects where we need to provide sustainable infrastructure finance. So let me conclude talking about sustainable infrastructure finance, because sustainable infrastructure finance is also correlated with impact investing. So investing in order to allow also poor people to participate in the future growth. In Italy, we are investors, and we are probably one of the most important players in a project of regeneration in an area of Milan, that is Milano Sesto project, in which we think we can create for the future something that can be a best practice, and also other players can try to reinforce their investments in this situation. So we need absolutely to tackle the structural gaps between infrastructure and impact finance. And for us, this means sustainable infrastructure aiming at real inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, it's really quite enlightening to hear about your efforts to address inequalities, about those social aspects, in addition to, of course, the quest for a greener economy and society. And I will, time permitting, like to ask you some questions to follow up. But thank you so much for your introductory remarks to our distinguished panelists. Now, I would like to pose maybe a few questions that I picked up along the way. And I think all four panelists, they were in different ways stating that now we have more or less the capital. So the capital, the amount of capital or the availability of capital is not really the issue. But then the difficulty, of course, is to find either bankable or investable projects. And of course, it's not just a matter of, again, how to find such projects, but also inevitably you need new technologies and new ways of actually making those projects first available, but then also viable. I think I would like to ask some follow-up questions on to dig a bit deeper into this question of where and how to find and also, of course, to increase the investment in the right kind of infrastructure, and in this very limited time span, because of course, if we're talking about the SDGs, it's only 10 years from now. If it's carbon neutral by 2050, again, we really need to make very drastic efforts in the next 10 years, and that, according to some studies, is not possible with the existing technologies only. So, if I may, Larry, you precisely mentioned this issue of new technologies, how to make those clean technologies cheaper, and then also, I think you were referring to the need for governments to really take this forward more strategically. So, could you perhaps elaborate a bit on particularly in which sector, which type of technology, what kind of incentives, what kind of government policy or strategy could be really the facilitator or even the game changer that is. And of course, we can talk about fiscal policy, tax policy, regulation. What are the obstacles? Could you please?
Well, as I said, probably the biggest obstacle is our tech. We don't have the technology to compete with hydrocarbons. So we could either raise a huge carbon tax, which is highly regressive, creates more inequalities, and but it does reduce the demand curve, and then it could equalize between the biofuels and other green technologies. I'm not recommending that, but I mean, that's something, because I do believe the transition to a sustainable world has to be fair and just across all economies. But we could rapidly achieve this quickly if we did think about fair and just. But in doing that, it's going to require, which is hard now for governments, something called long-term planning. It's going to really require long-term planning, long-term investing. This is one of my great frustrations. There are so much pools of private capital that would like to be implemented in these type of public-private type of facilities. There's just not enough opportunities from governments to doing this. As I said earlier, we need to be investing in new technologies, but also working with the current energy companies. They have great scientists. And so it's not running away from the current hydrocarbon companies. It is working with them as they navigate and move forward. This is why at BlackRock, we play a very big role in trying to move these companies forward in our corporate stewardship team, trying to making sure that, what is their long-term game plan to become carbon neutral? How are they going to redeploy? Many of these companies have great science to really find new technologies for green hydrogen. They have other examples, but this has to be done in conjunction with government. The most important thing I would like to convey for policymakers, I am absolutely convinced we are going to move very rapidly forward in having all the global public companies to move rapidly forward, reporting under TCFD. The question is, are they going to be able to report under scope 2 and 3? That will be another question. But I don't see society or governments asking all of society to move forward equally. And what I'm worried about is we're going to put all the pressure on public companies and very little pressure on the private side. And we're seeing great evidence of this already, where some of the public companies who are in the hydrocarbon business, they've been selling out their hydrocarbons, and they look good. As a company, they look better. But if we are really sincere about having the world having a net carbon, zero carbon in 2050, we cannot move these parts of the economy out of public entities into private hands. The net zero world doesn't change, but the company looks better. What I see, what I hear from governments worldwide, from society, all the pressures on public companies. And we are playing a role in that at BlackRock, because we're asking more and more companies to move forward rapidly. If we wanted to truly get to this new net zero world, and if Europe wants to move there, it cannot be done just on pushing public companies forward. It's asking all the society to move forward. And that, to me, is going to be the biggest issue. Or we're going to have a huge capital markets arbitrage, that arbitrage out of public companies into private hands, and we don't change the net zero world. And that is what's happening at the moment. So we're doing a lot of greenwashing because we're not changing the carbon footprint of the world. We may be changing the carbon footprint of a company. And this is what I worry. There was a recent ruling in Netherlands on Royal Dutch Shell to divest. That doesn't change the world footprint. That is not a solution. And so this is the fundamental statement I would like to bring out is, A, the private sector is here to work on long-term solutions with governments, with the G20. We're here to work on long-term solutions. There's huge pools of capital. Through my CEO letters and through this, we are moving corporations probably as fast as any organization in the world. And I don't mean that fast in a bad way. I mean fast in a good way. But we can't do it alone. The private sector will not be able to do it alone, and we will not succeed as a society of human beings globally. To get to a net zero, all of society has to participate, not just public companies.
Thank you so much. And you really touched upon an extremely important point because, of course, there are certainly, let's say, quick fixes that can be made by divesting out of fossil fuel companies. And it will certainly make you look better in the short term. But as you said, I mean, as society as a whole will not necessarily benefit from that. It can even worsen the situation if you get the wrong investor in place, substituting your role at BlackRock, for example. So, in fact, I'm a bit tempted to ask you another rather tricky question. It's really, I think, very encouraging that you are now advocating for this whole of society approach, if I may put it that way, to the issue. But of course, if you're a simple analyst, maybe not in your company, but in some other company, you just tick the boxes of green, and then you ask the company to divest out of those black or brown areas, and then of course you're fine with holding either shares or other stakes in that company. How do you stop or prevent your analysts or your asset managers from doing that? That is, of course, how do you get your message through?
We have the largest corporate stewardship team in the world. We're hiring even more in building it. We want to be engaged with corporations throughout the year, not just during the time of a proxy and an AGM. That's a binary check the box thing. Do you agree or disagree? The most important thing is the engagement throughout the year. And that's what we're attempting to do with more and more companies, working with them. I see Carlo, who's a good friend on. We're very engaged in Intesa Sanpaolo and how are they moving forward, and how are they moving forward in terms of as a bank. We're not looking for a one-year solution. We're looking for a long-term solution. We're looking for engagement, and it's a journey, and we're not telling a company what to do. We're asking a company, what should you do? Then we could agree or disagree on that movement, but we're working towards it. As I said, I do believe the public companies are going to move forward very rapidly. I have no fear, and you saw what happened with ExxonMobil in past few days. The public companies are moving very rapidly. The key is getting governments to be focused not on the window dressing of just public companies, but if it's a true policy of a net zero world, all of society has to do it. And if we're going to be asked by, and it appears to be many regulators are going to ask public companies to report under TCFD under scope 2 and 3. If we're going to have to report under scope 3, are you then asking the public companies who are doing business with their suppliers, are they going to be the police? That's not a good outcome for large companies. It's going to create even more haves and have-nots. It has to come from government, good government policy, not just from the public companies.
Thank you so much. And that point about the importance of government policy really is an important message to the G20 and the OECD. Now, thank you so much. Can I turn to Giovanni? And if I may, you were stressing the need for strong collaboration between the private and public sectors and PPP. And of course, you were finding ways to unlock private capital in many of those projects, which of course were in the area of social infrastructure. I think you used that word. But now, again, a slightly delicate question for you is, well, of course, the private sector certainly will be interested in the returns and the attractiveness of those projects. And what is the trick, or what is perhaps, if this word is permissible, the sweetener for the private sector to really come into this collaborative project with yourself or your institution? And of course, by your institution building bridges, I mean, what kind of bridge is it, if I may put it that way?
Well, rather than talking about sweeteners here, I think that we need to find the right common objectives and consequently the right governance to achieve them. You know, let's remind ourselves that infrastructure is not just a magic word. There are good infrastructure projects and bad ones. Now we are in Europe in a phase where the Next Generation EU program, you know, is setting new grounds. Now, it's something that I cannot remember in my professional life, something that probably will have to bring us back to the Marshall Plan. Now, in order to have private and, you know, by the way, just for Italy, we are talking about, we heard our minister, something in the region of 200 billion. You know? So gigantic numbers. Now, how do we cooperate with the private sector? You know, we have the horizon, we have the capital, and we have the technical expertise. Having said that, talking about governance, it is the European Commission that said, you know, 67% of this money will have to go towards digital and green. So, you know, going back to what I just heard from Nelly Fink, policies, you know, digital green, you know, it is a big chunk. How do we decline that on a national and a local basis? That means cooperating upwards and downwards. Upwards to explain to the Commission that we are along those parameters, and downwards that we cannot just try to fulfill a book of dreams, but we have to do something that is effectively bankable and measurable. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel here in terms of cooperations. We need to have a good regulatory framework. We need to have good contracts and procurement standardizations. We need to have things like guarantee facilities. We need to have public commitments that remain for the long term. And in doing so, we will be able to attract private demand. In order to convince Carlo to invest alongside us, we have to have something that is measurable throughout the years, that has something that indeed has long-term objectives, but has yearly budgets, you know, that can be judged. When I speak about governance, it is really trying to make the best of strategic and tactical sides. If we cannot do that, then we will not be able to do that bridging exercise that I mentioned. And GDP is committed to play that role. this is something that we have done and that we feel very compelled in continuing doing, in particular because these are critical times. And the long-term view that we have, I like to think, make us a unique and valuable partner, in particular in complex projects. We are one of the largest ESG debt issuers in Europe. That is a good example that we are credible among private investors so that they buy our bonds, for example. So these experiences are a contribution to a further increase in the role played by long-term investors in fostering sustainable quality in infrastructural investment, in building a long-lasting international economic development.
Thank you so much. This is really critically important. And actually, in the interest of time, I would like to turn to Werner now, because what you mentioned, Giovanni, leads directly into this issue of course, how we can have the right tools for pricing and for measurement and for, of course, making sure that the projects are viable, but also they are strategically positioned to, let's say, contribute to the whole cause of either carbon neutrality or social justice or governance objectives. And so, if I may, Werner, could you perhaps elaborate a bit more on what EIB has been doing and what it intends to do? Because I know that your institution has really been working not just in terms of the actual investment business or activity, but at the same time providing analytical research, also developing some standards for green investment. And I think those are really assets that can benefit the entire world, if I may put it that way. So if you have further thoughts on what more can be done in this course of action, particularly as the climate bank of the EU.
I should better unmute myself. Sorry. I would like to go back to Larry Fink on one point you raised, that was greenwashing. We issued the first green bonds in 2007 and immediately made the experience that there were people on the market who would issue similar things, but the problem was the content of these green papers was not green. Therefore, the green bond principles were established, a difficult process, but we achieved it. And now we are on the way towards the taxonomy. If we really want to go the way of closer cooperation between the private and the public sector, then we must give certainty and security to the investors. Only then can we expect people to trust us their money. And this is why I'm supporting the idea of a taxonomy, which is based on basically on transparency, on accountability, on reporting needs, and so forth. I'm afraid sometimes of a bureaucratic monster that might appear on the table, but this balance needs to be struck. But we need something like this urgently. The second point is I see that we have, we as a public institution, in my eyes, market economist, must always justify our intervention into the market. So, and we had the situation when we developed the Juncker plan a couple of years ago. At that time, we identified a huge investment gap. At the same time, we were swimming in liquidity in Europe and in the world, but this money didn't flow into these projects. So at that time, it was evident that we don't have enough risk capital in Europe in order to kickstart these projects in the economy. So that was the idea that Juncker agreed to, the idea to take a very, very small part of a potential risk and put it on the EU budget. And that triggered an enormous investment activity. And we need similar things like that. So risk capital will again be a key. And there I would need to put some water into the wine, because I mean we all know that the pandemic has revealed our weaknesses and gaps. The digital economy, the digital desert that is visible in some parts of the world that needs to be addressed. Our energy transition must be organized, transport. But we also have to see that 45% of all these investments, of all public investments in the European Union at least, is done by local authorities. And if you ask them, they have been suffering tremendously under the economic development recently, and they need support, in particular when it comes to the access to finance and to the access to technical capacity. One other issue, which I may add, we had an investment study which we do every year of 12,500 companies around Europe, and they revealed a strong, clear recognition of the investment and innovation needs. This was quite encouraging at first glance, but then if you ask the same people what are your investment intentions for the next years, they say, well, we are suffering so much from the actual economic situation that we will go down with investment, in particular in the innovation field. And this, I think, is really worrying, because if we translate what we are doing in Europe or the United States to the developing world, then we must say we must urgently see the link, the inseparable link between innovation, climate, and development. And if we want to trigger leapfrog development in Africa and other parts of the world, then we must keep a stronger focus on innovation in connection to climate and development.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate that you mentioned this aspect of development. And indeed, in this pandemic, those countries that are most suffering in the developing world, they also have to somehow enable a green transition, and certainly much more effort and much more support from global stakeholders, developed countries, all needed to make this happen. And I'm afraid that it is really my fault that we are coming close to our time allocation. But can I perhaps give Carlo perhaps maybe the second to last closing word in terms of representing maybe the business community and the financial community, the private sector, in what, after hearing the previous speakers, you would really ask the G20 ministers to focus on in terms of infrastructure investment, what more can be done in many of the areas that have been referred to, climate, social governance, ESG basically, and beyond. So may I have a word from you, Carlo, please?
Yes, absolutely. Just one word on what Larry Fink told on their focus on transparency. I can tell you that on a quarterly basis with the portfolio managers of BlackRock, we are entering into detail on all the different line of ESG. So we need to have a tableau de bord not only on our results, but also on what we are doing on ESG. And I think this is really fundamental for all the players in the market, because they are forced to create conditions in order to monitor and to invest on different area of inclusion and climate. I think that governments will have to work more on urban and suburban regeneration, because there are a lot of areas of metropolitan that are abandoned and industrial area in which they have to invest. So we need absolutely to improve the access to affordable student using, senior living, new services, remote healthcare, smart mobility. So this should be a priority of government. Then the acceleration and upgrade of physical and digital infrastructure, and at the same time the investments in strengthening the value chain of all the technology. I think that at the same time is really important this action, because we need to have a significant amount of corporate deposits, so deposits of corporate clients that are placed with banks that will have to come back to real economy. So we do not only need the amount of money, the 3 trillion euros of USA, the 1 trillion euros of Europe, but also a lot of money of corporate clients that today are placed with the banking sector because there is uncertainty. We need to give certainty. We need to give the clear perspective for the growth for the future. If we are able to do this and we can add the inclusive finance, we think that we can improve the condition of structural and sustainable growth for the future for all the different countries.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you for raising this particularly important issue of potential focus of governments in, of course, enhancing infrastructure investment. And of course, you gave those examples of urban regeneration and also a lot of infrastructure investment made perhaps, if I may put it slightly differently, for creating a more socially equitable or let's say something that would address the inequalities that have been exacerbated by the pandemic. And again, of course, we will have to come back to this issue of certainty and transparency for investors, but if I take your word, you're certainly prepared to take on those projects if you have the right, let's say, policies developed and implemented by the governments, and also, of course, if it comes to urban infrastructure, we are talking not just about the national authorities, but the local and the municipal authorities too, I believe. Thank you so much, and it's really my fault that we have to wrap up this session. I think we have lots of interesting issues that we can discuss more about, but then I will have to defer this to the following sessions, and certainly for the attendees of this conference, I urge you to stay on and hear from the other speakers. But of course, you'll have your own takeaways, so I will not try to do a half-baked job of trying to summarize everything that has been mentioned. But just to say that indeed, we now have actually, in terms of policy principles and standards, we're making progress. The G20, OECD, elsewhere, we have now many of those standards, measurement tools. Now, maybe what we need to do is really to find the best way of implementing those principles and standards, and of course with an integrated strategy involving governments at all levels, and of course across countries, and also of course in the context of the pandemic consider the difficulties of the developing world as well, and for that matter, I'm quite struck by the fact that you raised not only the most, let's say, the hottest topic of climate, but also you raised the social issues that really are now becoming even more serious, and certainly require intelligent infrastructure investment in that respect. And but at the same time, of course, you want them to be consistent with the climate objectives that will require stronger public-private collaboration. And so for that matter, the whole point was really that through such dialogue and beyond, we will need stronger collaboration, dialogue between the public and private sectors. And this panel, I would really like to thank the panelists for providing their thoughts. And I think there was this common message that there is indeed more to discuss across public and private sectors, and better ways to rally the effort, look for synergies, and certainly do this all in the context of a coherent strategy. With that, I would like to thank the distinguished panelists, and certainly for the audience, could you please lend a hand in congratulating our panelists for the excellent discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kono. And I add my gratitude to all the 4 speakers for what I believe you agree with me. It was an extremely fascinating discussion. And thank you very much also, Mr. Kono, for taking the time. We should have had much more time dedicated to this, since I myself noted a number of questions, and I'm sure also the participants will have a number of questions. But I just remind you that this conference is live streamed, so it will also be available after the end of the event. So we can also watch it on the G20.org website and the OECD website. So these important remarks will remain, and you can consult them in the future. It is the 4 speakers gave us sort of a backbone of where this conversation is going, and we have now some keywords where we linked the investment on infrastructure, and just to name a few, we have social inclusion, fighting poverty, reaching a net zero society, economic growth, quality of life, long-term planning, and health, last but of course not least, looking at the current situation. I think one of the last message that we can also take from this great discussion is that everyone has a role to play. The public, the private sector, and all the actor of the society has a key role to play to fostering this innovative agenda. We move straight into the seminar sessions, since we are running slightly late, so we just don't have the 5-minute break that we were supposed to have, and we move to the seminar sessions. The first seminar session, the panelists will exchange views on solution, on financing models, policies that could promote investment in infrastructure by the private sector. Now, as I mentioned earlier, you also have the opportunity, all the participants that are logged into the Zoom web conference, to pose questions. So you have a Q&A button at the bottom of the screen, and you can submit your question. And I hope we will have the time to answer those questions. The moderator will also launch the first poll of the day, and you will have a few minutes to give your answers. And the result will be given to you by the moderator at the end of the session. The first seminar session is moderated by Lisa Elliston. Ms. Elliston is Head of Division for International Policy and Engagement at the Australian Treasury. And she's also the chair of the G20 OECD Task Force on Long-Term Investment. Lisa, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are in the world. I'm pleased to welcome you to the first seminar today, and I'm very much looking forward to a lively discussion. We're joined today by a fantastic group of panelists to talk about mobilising private finance for sustainable infrastructure. But before I introduce the panelists, there is an opportunity for everyone to provide some input. The virtual format does make it more challenging for participants to interact with the panelists, but we will be launching a poll in the next few minutes, and ask you to kindly respond to the questions on the screen. Please take the time to look at them and provide your answers in the next few minutes. It won't take long and we'll be able to come back to the results shortly. Hopefully that's working. Great, so if people can take the time to answer that, that would be great. Already today, we've heard a bit about the work that's underway at the G20, OECD, and other international organisations for a number of years now to advance sustainable infrastructure investment in support of strong and balanced growth, the greening of our economies, and greater inclusiveness. And this has become ever more important as we chart a course for recovery from the pandemic. The G20 OECD Collaboration Report, published last year, contains a set of private sector proposals for the consideration of governments focusing on policy areas to improve the investment environment and mobilise investment for sustainable infrastructure. The report's full of great ideas, ranging from issues covering capital markets, regulation, strategy, sustainability and ESG, data and technologies, and innovations. A number of the proposals from investors focus on greater collaboration, engagement, and partnership with the private sector as a mechanism to attract investment and better manage risks. Building on this work, our session today will discuss successful business models, innovative financing techniques, and examples from diverse participants and markets to unlock financing for sustainable infrastructure. I now have the pleasure of introducing today's panellists. Ms. Deborah Arida, Senior Managing Director from the Global Head of Real Assets, CPP Investments, Canada. Mr. Eng Seng Ang, Chief Investment Officer, Infrastructure, the GIC, Singapore. Mr. Fuat Savas, Managing Director, Infrastructure Finance and Advisory from JP Morgan. Mr. Thierry Deo, Chief Executive Officer from Meridian. And Mr. Sujoy Bose, Managing Director and CEO of the National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, NIIF, in India. Now, Raluca from the OECD, are we ready to put up the results or still collecting information?
People are still voting, as I see. Maybe we can wait another 1 or 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just give people a few minutes to respond before we continue. Okay, in the interest of time, I think what we might do is just get moving on with the panel discussion, and hopefully we'll be able to come back and look at those results of the polling a bit later on in the session. So just got a few rounds of questions, and we'll just ask the panelists to keep their responses reasonably brief so that that everyone gets a chance to speak and that we can cover quite a bit of ground. So the G20 OECD Collaboration Report pointed to partnership models including PPPs, but not only PPPs, between the public and private sector as being a model to consider more broadly for sustainable infrastructure. Are there examples that could be other examples that could be considered, or other investment models and frameworks that could be highlighted, particularly for governments that might be reluctant to use PPPs? So I might start first, Mr. Sujoy Bose, if you want to start the discussion. Thank you.
So Lisa, thanks for that, and thank you for G20 for inviting me to this panel. I actually wanted to frame my answer a little differently, perhaps, which is, I think the big question in development finance over the last 20, 30 years has really been how to mobilize private and commercial capital into emerging markets for infrastructure. And this is something that I think a lot of people have been working with, and different countries have tried different models. And perhaps I'll just talk about the model that we've tried in India. And this is a model where the government has collaborated with some very large investors, sovereign funds, pension funds, domestic investors, such as life insurance companies, to create actually an asset manager. And this is really the key, which is that what we've done is created an asset manager that helps to bring in capital from both domestic as well as international investors, and then to invest it into infrastructure. And I think the key point that I would make is a country like India is actually quite interesting for international investors. And there are a number of aspects of the country, which is the growth, the scale, the regulatory frameworks are quite well developed. There are assets to be acquired, etc. And a lot of investors are actually quite convinced about India as an investment destination. The problem they face is how do they participate in that opportunity, and alongside who? And with the NIIF approach, which is to create an asset manager in the country where government and commercial investors are collaborating, we have managed to provide, I think, an answer to those two questions, and at the same time provide government with the comfort that we are working with a commercial focus in creating solutions that work both for the country as well as for investors. That's, I think, so the main comment I would make to your question is, if we can get the balance right, and if we can find a platform that everyone's comfortable with, I think you can actually bring in a lot of capital. I mean, we've been talking even in the previous session that capital is not the issue, but we can bring in capital to a country like India into the infrastructure sector. Probably hold on the rest of my comments for your later questions.
Thank you very much. Deborah?
Thanks, Lisa. Sorry, just getting myself off mute. So as Sujoy knows, we are a global investor with significant interests in infrastructure in both developed and emerging markets. And we found some creative ways to partner with governments around the world, including with Sujoy in India. A tangible example I would point to, sorry, there seems to be some feedback. Is there something I should do, Lisa, to stop it? Okay. All right, I'm going to keep going. So a tangible example of I think, a unique way to partner with governments we found in Australia, for example, where state and local governments wanted to build a tunnel to alleviate traffic congestion in Sydney. And we were aware of the opportunity because we already owned an existing toll road in the area. So we and our fellow shareholders approached the government with a proposal to deliver the project in exchange for enhancements on our existing toll road concession. And that way we were able to make the capital investment economic for us. And we and our fellow shareholders contributed 2 billion Aussie dollars alongside the state and federal governments. And the partnership delivered a tunnel that bypasses 21 traffic lights and has significant community benefits, including removing 5,000 trucks per day from the surface route, improving local air quality, and creating 8,700 jobs during the project. The other thing I would point to has worked for us in emerging markets, which is to not only privatize assets, but as part of releasing capital, allowing the governments to sell lower risk, lower return assets and release the capital to fund new projects. As new owners, we can invest more capital into improving and maintaining those assets than the government may be able to fund in the current conditions. So a great example is an emerging market asset that we recently acquired, where historically the under government ownership, the investments in the asset annually were about 40 million Canadian dollars. And going forward, as new owners, we plan to invest about $450 million over the next decade to expand and improve the assets. And our plan to do that is without increasing tolls.
Thank you very much. Fouad Savas.
Thank you, Lisa. Unfortunately, in many jurisdictions, PPPs or other partnerships with the private sector are seen as attractive because they're actually not accounted for accurately. And they're seen as a way to simply move government obligations off balance sheet. And I think this leads to many projects that should be procured directly by the government to be tendered via PPPs. So I think in a world in which governments use the same accounting standards as the private sector, a lot of obligations under PPPs would in fact show up as liabilities in the public sector balance sheet, just similar to debt. And under construct where PPPs aren't just simply creative off-balance sheet funding tools, the only reason why they would be adopted, which is the only reason why they should be adopted, is if the government can pay less for a good or service over its lifetime in NPV terms using a PPP versus if it were to provide that good or service itself. So the focus on life cycle cost. And this approach would really shift the focus of the public sector and the public-private cooperation decision away from financing and onto construction and maintenance. And I think in my opinion, what would save the most money for the public sector in the long run would be to invest in centralized units within the government that can perform such life cycle cost benefit analyses across a range of infrastructure asset classes. So I think the focus should move away from thinking of new ways to get the private money, because I think all of those ways have been explored, to really focusing on the technical life cycle cost benefit analysis by the government.
Thank you. That was, interesting points. I was just wondering, Eng Zeng Ang, whether or not you've got perspectives from sort of an Asia or Latin America region on investment models and approaches to financing infrastructure.
Yeah, certainly. In particular, I would like to share a couple of interesting financing models that we have seen in the markets that we are active in. And as you may know, we invest around the world: Asia, Latin, Europe, America. As mentioned by some of the previous speakers, I mean, the key challenge actually from the investor perspective that we face is really the lack of bankable projects, not the lack of funding. All around the table here, we all have lots of funds that are looking for a home. One of the reasons for the lack of projects is actually the affordability point that the governments have to address. And we have seen some interesting models that mitigate that. In Latin, for example, and specifically in Brazil, we have seen the creative use of a concession model that addresses the affordability point as well. For those who don't know, most of the water and sewage facilities or plants in Brazil are still state-owned. But there has been a privatization program that has been ongoing for a number of years now, and quite successfully, and more projects have been made available. The model that they employ is interesting in that it takes care of the CAPEX funding needs and as well as the affordability point, in that within that model, it is a package as a concession that is put out for a bid. And interested investors like ourselves would bid on the basis of what we're willing to pay the government to operate that concession. But it comes with certain conditions, right? It's the pricing, the tariff that you can charge, a cap is already placed there. It may or may not come with inflation linkage. But within that, you are committed to invest a certain amount of capex to ensure a certain degree, a predetermined or preset level of coverage that includes also the poor areas. And within that framework, you are allowed to, cater for a certain segment of the poorer population who may not pay or just pay a heavily subsidized rate, and where the rest of the incremental costs not borne by the subsidized clients are socialized with the rest of the full paying customers. And that has been a very successful model to get modern sewage system to many poor areas as well. And at the same time, through the auctioning of the concession, the government gets a certain amount of payment, a lump sum, which they can use for investment in other infrastructure needs that they may have. So that's just one kind of creative use, an example of a financing model that is interesting. The other one I want to just touch on briefly also, it's a somewhat similar concept, but implemented in a slightly different way. And this is adopted in Europe, I would say in countries like Italy and France. Financing the rollout of the fiber network, especially in the suburban and rural areas, can be expensive, and affordability could be a problem. The way it has been addressed in these countries is that the concession model works in a way with a fixed tariff that is set at a reasonably affordable level. In this case here, instead of bidding to pay the government a sum to own and operate the concession, it is actually, the winner is selected based on the basis of the lowest amount of government subsidy in CAPEX terms that you need for you to provide that broadband coverage to that, whether it's the suburban area or the rural area. And there's been, all these have been auctions that have been conducted in a very successful manner, lots of investors competing quite fiercely for this. And you achieve your infrastructure rollout objective, and at the same time, like I said, and maintaining the affordability of that service to the customers out there.
Thank you. Thierry, just turning to think about low and middle income countries, are the sort of points raised so far, do they resonate, or are there sort of different models and approaches that need to be considered for low and middle income countries?
Thank you. I think generally, and I think that is actually quite important for a low and income country, I see PPPs from a fairly broad and flexible perspective, where it doesn't quite depend on the size of the P or the public or private. But what's important, and it's neither a question of accounting, but rather a question of the appropriate risk sharing and also the appropriate mobilization of private capital, because governments actually can be a bit short given the goals. And with the goals of delivering sustainable and affordable public service. And I think once you focus on those things, whatever the relationship between the public and the private sector in terms of their intervention, the resources they bring, and the risk they take is a result of that for every single country, every single project. But when it comes to sort of low and middle income country, I think we have an increased perception of risk from private sector, which requires that we address these things in very specific way. And there are probably three sort of key elements that I see could help this additional sort of focus. The first thing is the emphasis that is required on project preparation. And I think that has been a fundamental questions. These are things that we've heavily worked on with the Global Infrastructure Hub, putting programs to train people and other things like that together. It's quite important, but it's also very important to involve the private sector investors and onboard them as early as possible in that preparation to actually make sure that the projects are eventually investable, because they need to be affordable, but they also need to be investable. The second area I think of importance in those countries is a broad use of blended finance, and I think over the past few years, thanks to the OECD, we've gone through analyzing all the different tools and financial tools, but all the tools that have helped the blended finance, and I won't list all of them here because we know all of them, but it's quite important to reduce that perception of risk and also to reduce the actual risk for investors, that we use all sorts from first loss to government guarantees to multilateral support and other type of financial or guarantee instrument to blend public and private finance to actually achieve the goals. And the last is also, I mean, infrastructure, it took quite a while to get it to somehow today an accepted asset class, but it's still a long ways to go in terms of defining this asset class. And for low and middle income countries, we actually really focusing on sustainable infrastructure as an asset class, which is a step further if we want to reach the Paris Agreement's goal. So part of that is also promoting standardization to the extent possible. Part of that is having recognized label for sustainable infrastructure. There is, and I will end here, an interesting initiative which is called Fast Infra, and actually there's a public consultation starting today on a label, a sustainable infrastructure label, that could actually try to simply define what sustainable infra could be for this type of countries and really mobilize volumes around these type of infrastructure. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And Sujoy Bose, just wondering if, from your experience setting up the National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, if there's sort of key lessons that you've learned that might be worth sharing, particularly for other countries that are possibly considering a similar model.
Sure, Lisa. So I think I would say the most important lesson I would take away from our experience of building up NIF so far is really to listen to investors, to clearly understand what they're looking for, and then execute very diligently towards what is agreed with the investors. And I think that's really what we've been able to do. And just some of the points that come up is, first of all, you need, in a platform like we have, a collaborative platform between government and very large investors, of course, you need top-notch ESG. I think we've spoken a lot about the ENS, but the governance, I'll probably refer to the governance over here. How do you convince investors that government will not needle with your investment strategies, investment decision makings, etc.? how do you keep it at arm's length? And we did it by, and I have to give a lot of credit to the Indian government, that they took actually a 49% stake in the asset manager. So they went down to minority. There's no one from the government on the investment committee. We are all professionals on the investment committee, and that gave a lot of comfort. And of course, all the rights, etc., are all documented, contractual, etc. So we said that we gave a lot of comfort to Deborah and her colleagues, of course, and we are so happy to have CPPIB as an investor in the infrastructure fund, to give them the comfort, because they go through their typical due diligence in this process. Second, I would say the ability to recruit and retain top talent, because these investors are committing substantial amounts of capital into a platform like this, and we basically recruit from the market. So we recruit from the GIPs, Macquaries, etc., and we have compensation structures that are designed to retain these people. So we have alignment of interest with the investors, et cetera, et cetera. So it's exactly like a typical asset manager. Third is the investment strategy has to be aligned with the risk appetite of these investors. So if we were coming up with an investment strategy that is full greenfield risk, we would not get pension funds and insurance companies investing into that strategy. So we have a strategy which is much more focused on asset monetization acquisitions. And actually we have some, for example, in the renewable sector where the development risk is much lower, we do look at greenfield, but we will not do long, basically lengthy road construction, etc. Right? We are very clear that we want to give, and by the way, government, by selling those assets to us, is able to then collect money, like Deborah said, in a kind of an asset recycling kind of a mode, to put that money into new construction. And like Ford said, I actually believe that government is probably best placed to build assets. They build assets the cheapest because their cost of financing is low. Build them, they can manage those risks better, and then sell them to investors such as us. And that's really the platform we are creating. Fourth is investors require scale. So an investor of the size of the Canadian pension fund, the Australian pension funds that are with us, sovereign funds, they are not looking at making $50 million investments. They are looking at through this manager, they are looking at investing $500 million, $1 billion. So we need to build scale into what we do. And finally, this kind of a platform gives them a lot of comfort that they do have partnership and a year of the government, because in long gestation concessions, that is crucial, because you will go through ups and downs during the life of the concession, and you need to have an asset manager who can speak to the government, can bridge those kinds of situations. Net, with this approach of listening and executing along what we heard, we've now got 14 investors, including 2 life insurance companies, 4 global pension funds, 2 sovereigns, 3 multilaterals, and several domestic investors. And by the way, I don't want to also minimize the strength of domestic capital. Infrastructure is a local currency business, and we need to find a way to attract domestic savings into the sector. And I'm very proud that the funds that we are raising are all local currency long-term funds. Something that I actually took away from Thierry when he once told me about his 20-year funds, and our funds are 15 years plus, because we know that infrastructure is a long-term investment game. And we've raised $7.5 billion in a relatively short period of time. We've invested $2 billion, but the interesting thing is that the $2 billion that we invest from the fund gets multiplied several times because we collaborate with other operators. We collaborate. So we will just announce a joint venture with the largest power company in the country to actually go into new areas of energy, distribution, etc. And we will take on more international partners as well. We have an international partnership with an international operator in the logistics sector. And again, the importance of infrastructure, if we can reduce the cost of logistics and we can reduce the cost of energy in a country like India, suddenly our manufacturing becomes far more competitive. And of course, we do all this in a sustainable manner. So I think all this is what our investors are looking for. And I think the government has to play the role of a sponsor and an enabler to allow this to happen. And I think the Indian government, I have to give them a lot of credit that they've played that role very well when it comes to NIIF. And I think that's the success that has led to, and that's led to the success that we've had in attracting investors such as CPB, Ontario Teachers, Australian Super, Temasek, ADIA, etc., and including life insurer PSP, actually also from Canada, multilaterals, the US IDFC, and several others from India. So that's I think the main lessons that I would talk about.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to the next round of questions, I think we have the poll results. Raluca, are you able to load them up for us? So you can see there information about the distribution of the people that participated in the poll. Great. I'll just give the panelists a little bit of time to look at that and just sort of think about whether or not that that influences anything else that you want to say in the next round of questions. And then I'll probably also, if we've got time at the end, come back and just ask whether there's any surprises in there from your perspective, or whether that sort of those sorts of responses from the polling really resonate with you. So moving on to the second round, as governments turn to recovery from the pandemic, what policies for infrastructure financing and investment do you think that governments should be prioritising? I think I'll give everyone a chance to respond to that, starting with N. Seng Ang. Thank you.
Thank you. We have heard from more and more governments that sad as it may be, the pandemic, has had a tremendous impact on global economies, and many governments are taking this opportunity to think about ways and plans to so-called build back better or build back greener in a more sustainable way. We have that statement issued by the 38 countries in the South Korea summit on Monday, recently to that effect as well. I would think that as a first step here, on the next most important step is really translating that aspiration into an implementation plan that could involve private capital as well. We hear the exciting sort of a vision, but it has been a bit lacking still in terms of specific plans, and I'm still eagerly awaiting that. And as been mentioned before, it's not about lack of capital. As long as the projects are made available, capital is likely to be there if they're bankable. More specifically, if you look at what the two big areas that's been highlighted through the pandemic, one is, despite all the lockdowns and movements of restrictions, certainly a big part of the economy was affected, especially the service sector, and in particular the service sectors which require human interaction. But then at the same time, we also noticed that a large part of the economy continued to hum along. We managed to find a way to work remotely, continue, the students continue learning from home. We can shop for almost anything without leaving home. We can keep in touch with friends, and we can shop. We can basically get entertained as well, right, through all the online streaming. Now, what is the whole key difference between some economies that were hit harder than others, or some pockets of society? And the key difference, I would say, is really that digital infra highway that has enabled us to be, fortunately, less impacted by the pandemic. If this were something that happened even 5 years earlier, or 10 years, the impact would have been much bigger. And so the obvious one area that seems to be one that requires attention would be the continued rollout expansion of access to broadband or 5G, that building out rollout of digital highway. The other area, of course, the pandemic is another great reminder of how fragile the world could be, how humanity could be in terms of exposure to certain pandemic and other issues. Climate change, of course, has been gathering momentum for some time now, and through this pandemic really has given it a big boost, and now it's basically top of the agenda in many companies and countries now. So how do we take on the next step? I mean, we have seen a great phenomena in the renewable power space where the richer economies, by taking the lead and investing in renewable power, encouraging the growth and development of that sector through subsidies initially, enabling the sector to gain scale and hence bringing down the cost, have now enabled the solar and wind power to be available to many other countries at a much lower cost, at an affordable price, in quite a few places more competitive than even coal power now. The next step really for getting closer to or working towards the net zero target will require a lot more investment and a bigger effort across all the whole value chain, that is to reduce and eliminate carbon emission across a much broader spectrum. It's not just from power. And even in the renewable power space, we will require storage solutions for wider adoption. And hence, I think on the area of priority, I would say the decarbonization in the broad whole spectrum could be one that, or should be one that we certainly could be focusing on. The challenge here, again, is similar to when we first started in the renewable power, and that's a cost function. The good thing is, I think there are already technologies that could address most of the carbon mitigation that is needed across the whole value chain. Of course, further investment and research into newer technologies to bring the cost down in some of these solutions will always be possible there. But the good thing is, even today, across most of the segments where emission mitigation is needed, we do have some existing technology. And key bottleneck and challenge is lack of widespread application to bring the unit cost down. And I would say an area of potential focus or way forward could be for, again, unfortunately, it will be the richer nations to take the lead in terms of providing the carrots and the sticks to encourage industries to go on that path and to encourage investment into all these sectors. First, through subsidies to get some projects going, and as we gain scale, hopefully the unit cost comes down to a level that can be adopted by a broader group of countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deborah, Marita?
Thanks, Lisa. Maybe I'll just pick up on what Enseng was saying. We think climate change is one of the most important challenges of the 21st century. And when I was running our active equities program and sponsoring our climate change program, we spent a lot of time thinking about the evolution of the energy industry, particularly from our seat in Canada. And the one point I would make is that when developing policy frameworks that will support the energy evolution, it's a complex problem. And I think we want to avoid falling into the trap of having a stark dichotomy between good and bad, green and brown, and think about ways to really support the transition of the economy. And we think that there's a role to play in across the whole sources of energy in the energy transition. And so when I took over our real assets department, my number one priority was we had separate conventional energy and renewable energy groups, and putting them together so that we could have a single pool of capital that could think about the entire energy ecosystem and the evolution and innovation that needs to happen across that full spectrum was my number one priority. And it's now a $20 billion portfolio with significant growth, significant additional capital available. And it can also look across the risk spectrum, because to move to a sustainable world, we need to go from venture capital investing in innovation to growth equity to energy private equity and energy infrastructure. And we think that having that long-term flexible pool of capital will be a real advantage for us in participating in the energy transition.
Thank you very much. Fuad Savas?
I'll echo Deborah's statement. I think the greatest challenge of our generation is the transition away from fossil fuels to renewables. And this is something that's going to require massive electrification of many activities and a massive increase in the percentage of electricity that's generated by renewables. And I don't think this change is possible without a price on carbon. Last month, the International Energy Agency published a document called Net Zero by 2050. So it talks about pathways of getting to a net zero world. And I'll give a few examples of the types of investments or incremental investments required. So report says that by 2050, wind and solar generation need to increase by about 1,700% versus 2020 levels. Hydrogen from low carbon sources needs to increase by about 6,000%. Carbon capture from industry and from power plants needs to increase by about 16,000% over 2020 levels. And direct carbon capture from the air needs to increase by about 11 million% versus what we have today in 2020. The investment required, the incremental investment required to do all of this is about 9% of total global savings. So one of these percentages is orders of magnitude smaller than the other ones. And it's the percentage that relates to savings. So when I look at this, I see that we don't have a money problem. We have a problem on the allocation of resources, and problems in resource allocation, I think, are most efficiently solved by a price. And I think in particular that this resource allocation problem is unsolvable in the absence of a price on carbon that will guide the market.
Thank you. Thierry, a perspective on this?
I mean, from my perspective, we are still chasing the same priorities. With one good news is recovery plans, because of the economic necessity, are probably going to help us move a bit faster in terms of focus, in terms of public sector mobilization around these issues. But I mean, I do think this pandemic has made something quite clear to everyone, perhaps, is yes, the move to net zero for this world is urgent, but that we knew. But what is also very important is the other side of the Paris Agreement, which are the UN SDGs and the 2030 goals, because this is probably the only way where we could achieve a just transition, as we see that social and economic issues are really getting a little bit entangled with the climate issues for multiple angles. And so it's quite important that we tackle all these goals together, and not just climate, but also the other UN sustainable goals. And so clearly that will require quite a lot. I mean, there's a huge challenge in terms of delivery. I think I've spoken about that in terms of investing, but there are a few low-hanging fruits that are there. It doesn't take being technology agnostic with the hydrogen or electrification. There are a number of things that are already available, and some of them that need a lot more research and development. But our transportation systems, which are the large contributor in CO2, and actually at the same time are a huge cost in most households, should be decarbonized as soon as possible. I mean, I wish most states in the world will do like California and decide that public transportation within 10 years will be net zero. And these are sort of low-hanging fruits that clearly we can have. Renewable energy is clearly something we can develop the most, but again, with electric grid modernization and reinforcement, because this is always the part that we forget. And these are substantial investments, but that are fairly easy to deploy in the short term. And last, the sort of renovation of buildings for energy efficiency. We also have to save. It's not changing our way of life than not just blasting aircon and heat through the atmosphere. Very easy to do, and quite efficient from a quantum perspective when you put just all the public buildings in one single OECD country. That's a huge saving. So, and finally, I mean, I would agree with what was just said. Until we actually have a right trajectory of a carbon pricing, and it's not just a price today, it's really a trajectory and a signal price over the next 20 years. It's not really going to be easy to mobilize in a streamlined basis all the private sector capital that needs to follow this to make things quite clear. Because the externalities of carbon today are not just priced well enough for people to accelerate their investments.
Thank you. Sujoy Bose.
Thanks, Lisa. So I won't jump into the debate on the carbon price between emerging markets and developed markets, etc. But I'll add two more areas which we are really focused on, and I think is very important in the post-pandemic phase. First is healthcare. And in the case of healthcare, so we just made one of the largest investments ever made by a private equity fund manager in India in a healthcare, in a hospital chain. But I don't think it's just about investing in bricks and mortar hospitals and pharmaceutical companies, etc. In a country of 1.3 billion people, where a large percentage of them live in rural areas far-flung, we have to really think out of the box and possibly think without a box. India has done a phenomenal job of using the mobile phone to basically create bank accounts for almost now, most of the country is now banked. And that's because using the mobile phone very effectively to open bank accounts, etc. And I think we need to do that with healthcare, particularly with primary healthcare. Think about using distribution footprints of consumer companies. Think of using NGO footprints, etc. To really think through how can we literally, make healthcare, at least primary healthcare services, universal and at the right price. So that's one area we're really focused on. The second area that we are doing a lot of work with the government is in this area of asset recycling. Coming out of the pandemic, where governments, particularly emerging markets governments, have to focus a lot of their fisc on fiscal space on social aspects, we need to find a way to keep the infrastructure sector, particularly greenfield infrastructure build, going. And countries like India are sitting on large infrastructure assets that investors such as CPPIB, Meridian, all of us would love to take over And we would, within a regulated framework, as Deborah said, we can actually re-energize those assets by putting more money into them, make the services out of those assets much better and those of you who visit India have seen the improvement in airport services in Mumbai and Delhi since private capital was brought into them. So this whole concept of the government selling assets, using the proceeds from those sales to build new assets, and then potentially bringing some of those assets back into the market. So this is what Australia did very successfully 20 years ago, starting 20 years ago. Other countries have done this. Brazil is doing this at quite a large scale. We've started doing it as well in India, but I think accelerating this even further. I wanted to make one point on the questions that in the Q&A that was put up, and there was one point about creating more projects, more investable projects, PPP ready projects. And I think what we need to do, and we've been able to do this, and it's really, so we've created a fairly large team within NIIF, basically to provide policy advice to the central and state governments. And in a federal democracy like India, you have to do a lot of, I would say, convincing of governments, explaining how things are done. But if you do that well, and if you can create good examples which attract in capital, it creates a certain momentum. So I think I totally agree that a lot of effort needs to be much more effort needs to be put on that aspect, because as Eng Seng said, there is capital. We need to now create a pipeline, a solid pipeline of projects. And in India, they've created this concept of the asset monetization pipeline, which actually gives me a lot of encouragement that there is sort of destination for that capital that is hopefully waiting to come.
Thank you very much. I did just want to go back on a couple of comments that have been raised in this round of questions. Deborah, you were talking about the need to address climate change and manage the energy transition. Are you able to just expand a little bit on what you think is sort of going to be needed from a partnerships and cooperation aspect between the private sector and government?
I think that the comments that were made at the beginning and by the panelists throughout is that we do need this clear, stable regulatory environment and a clear carbon model that supports the transition to sustainability. And the other opportunity that we've been pursuing is partnerships with industry. So, for example, we have a partnership with Enbridge, one of the Canadian champions, where we have a 50-50 joint venture partnership with them to develop offshore wind in Europe. So I think there's opportunities to partner with governments, partner with funds, and partner with industry participants. Everyone's going to need to work on this to get the world to sustainability.
Great, thank you very much. And Fouad Savaz, I just wanted to come back. You were making a comment around lack of investable projects rather than a financing issue. Just wondering if you could elaborate a bit more, on sort of what that bottleneck is and what you think could be done to alleviate it. As Sujoy noted, a lot of bit of coverage of that in the Q&A session as well.
Yeah, it's also come up in the polls as sort of being the greatest bottleneck to infrastructure deployment. So I won't belabor the point, but I'll just give a few numbers. The estimates for the infrastructure investment need sort of are in the $4 to $5 trillion per annum range, depending on how you account for the energy transition. How should we think about that number? Right, so I'll give one benchmark. The U.S. agency guaranteed mortgage-backed securities market is about $3.3 trillion in new issuance. So 4 trillion, yes, it's a big number, but it's by no means insurmountable. Some of that investment is going to be done straight off of the public sector balance sheet, So when we as JP Morgan say, okay, what's the portion of this investment that we need to finance? We look through industry databases, we look through regional pipelines for ports, airports, energy infrastructure. And as of today, the global pipeline that we see of investable projects is about $700 billion per annum. So on one side, you have the need for trillions. On the other side, you only have 700 billion of investable projects for the private sector. I think on a global basis, a number of countries and multilaterals saw this problem. There are a number of national project development initiatives, but there's also an international project development initiative. It's called the Global Infrastructure Facility. Unfortunately, the Global Infrastructure Facility remains an extended pilot that is underfunded by orders of magnitude. So one clear action that governments can take to boost project development would be to increase the funding of the GIF from the $120, $130 million it has received to date over the past 5 to 6 years to really billions of dollars per annum. And the GIF has demonstrated that its work will bring bankable projects to the market. And these will be snapped up by private developers and financiers. So instead of worrying about the trillions, which are ready and waiting, as we've heard from a number of the asset manager panelists, governments should focus on this project development bottleneck. And I think order of magnitude, single billions of dollars going into the GIF could really have a much larger multiple effect.
Thank you very much. We are, according to the schedule, nearly out of time, although the organisers have very kindly allowed us just to keep going a few more minutes and run into some of the scheduled break time. I was just wondering if maybe just a final remark from each of you, commenting on, firstly, any surprises or anything sort of unexpected in the polling, and or what would be your main message to G20 finance ministers and central bank governors? I think this has been a really valuable session and a great opportunity to hear from you. And we will be needing to put together some sort of outcome note to pass on to finance ministers and central bank governors. So any sort of key messages. Thierry, I might start with you.
I would say in just a few words, money is not enough, but action and real skilled resources. If they can focus on those two other things, that would be great.
Thank you very much. Sujoy Bose?
I think I'll reiterate the comment about, the money is really sitting with the investors. So let's listen to the investors and prepare sort of our investable sort of projects and assets such that we can actually attract them in for the long term.
Thank you. En Seng?
Well, I would say that, translate those aspirations into action. We see lots of, targets being set, but less in terms of concrete specific actions that will bring about those investments, whether it is the carbon pricing that has been mentioned, or the subsidy that may be needed to get some of the emerging technologies going and to grain scale so that it can be subsequently be adopted more widely without subsidy. So I would say, we just get to act on and not just be continuing to talk about it.
Thank you. Deborah?
I'm also for action, but maybe I'll close with echoing some of the proposals in the G20 OECD report, and specifically the idea of developing innovative partnership models for greenfield projects, and also the importance of transparency in regulatory and policy regimes.
Thank you very much. Fuad?
I'll emphasize 2 points that I've made. One, without a price on carbon, we will not succeed in the energy transition, at least not in a timely manner. And two, fund the global infrastructure facility with at least $1 billion per annum, so it can help unlock or declog that project development bottleneck.
Great. Thank you very much. This has been a really excellent discussion. I hope others have got as much out of it as I have. So thank you very much for providing such interesting perspectives and generating so many insights and takeaways for us. So thank you very much. And I will now hand back to our Master of Ceremonies. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you very much to you and to all the participants for this excellent contribution. So it's not only about money, and this actually reflects one of the results of the polls that developing long-term infrastructure planning is actually a key and crucial element. So more investments, but also more planning in order to foster and continue this work. Thank you also for your comments on the that will feed into the work of the infrastructure agenda, which will continue its work next week already with another meeting of the working group, and then of course in Venice with the G20 finance minister and central bank governors meeting in July. We have 5 minutes before the next session, so I think we just stop for a 5-minute break, and we will be back at 15:15 for the second seminar session chaired by Nicolas Bouchot. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Ricardo, okay.
How are you? Good afternoon to you.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
The participants.
Hello, everybody.
Hi. Dear participants, welcome back to the conference. We are about to start the second seminar session in which the invited speakers will discuss opportunities and best practices on how to unlock additional resources for infrastructure projects, and also how to fostering this dialogue that, as we understood so far, it's essential and it should be based on more funds and more planning for the future. As for the previous session, I remind all the participants that you can raise questions through the Q&A function at the bottom of the screen. And the moderator at the beginning of the session will also launch the second poll of today. And you will have a few minutes until he finishes his introduction to give your reaction. This will be important to, which will help us into the discussion with the speakers, and also to get some better understanding of what the participants think about these issues. The second seminar session is moderated by Nicolas Bouchot. Mr. Bouchot is co-founder and president of the Grand Paris Alliance for Metropolitan Development, and he's also the member of the T20, and he is the co-chair of the T20 Task Force on Infrastructure Investment and Financing. Without further ado, I give the floor to Nicolas. Please, Nicolas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrea, and and hello, everyone. I'm delighted to open the floor for this second seminar session of today, G20 Infrastructure Investors Dialogue. In the next hour, we will further explore how to mitigate risks, old and new, in raising sustainable infrastructure investments through risk mitigation, bundling of projects, ESG, risk assessment in infrastructure financing for climate mitigation, adaptation and resilience. To explore this program, let me just introduce our panelists of today. Marie-Lam Frendo. Hello, Marie, Chief Executive Officer of the Global Infrastructure Hub. I think you are in Sydney, right?
Yes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Hello, Marie. Jérôme Jean Hageli, Group Chief Economist with Swiss Re. Hello, Jérôme.
Hi, Nicolas. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Jérôme.
René Cassis, Managing Director, Head of Real Estate and Private Assets, La Banque Postale Asset Management, who is also the chairman of the French Asset Managers Association Infrastructure Committee.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
Ricardo Puliti, Regional Director for Infrastructure for Africa with the World Bank. Hello, Ricardo.
Hello
there. And Daniel Weiner, President of the Board and founder of the Global Infrastructure Basel.
Hello, everybody.
Daniel, hello, welcome. So as Andre mentioned, there is this small poll that will be launched very soon with a couple of questions. For those who have voted for the first, during this first seminar, the first question will be the same. Then we have two small open questions. Can you please launch the poll? Yep. So I invite also our panelists to answer if they wish to, and all those who are here with us also to answer the questions. Take your time while we will start our discussion. So let me just share a few words while you are answering this poll about the scene of today's discussion. So the COVID-19 disruptions have created new spaces for dialogue and for change, which is exactly what is happening today with the G20 Presidency, OECD, and the G20. Governments, globally and locally, the private sector, citizens are looking for the effective implementation of effective recovery options. And in that context, for sure, infrastructure development and investment has been on the table of the G20 in the past decade since the aftermath of the financial crisis of 2008. And infrastructure investments also represent a significant part of recovery packages in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, in times of high economic volatility, rising fiscal constraints, Access to capital may be more challenging for emerging and furthermore for lower income countries, not to mention cities, where the need to develop basic infrastructure remain high, whereas globally, infrastructure finance gaps are also high, as was mentioned several times in the previous discussions and by Secretary Yellen. So a couple of very open questions. What would be the drivers to move from a defensive approach of risk mitigation to a more impact-driven and inclusive approach of risk mitigation? To move from vision to execution, to address common challenges in developing and maintaining quality infrastructure to bounce forward and not just build back better in a new sustainable and digital economy. Is it about de-risking projects one at a time or de-risking entire sectors? In other terms, which infrastructure priorities should governments, development and financial institutions, and the private sector focus on? And one last round of questions. What if pooling of resources and converging approaches around ESG priorities, standards, indicators, or metrics from regulators, international and national development and financial institutions, institutional investors, could help reshape or even create new markets in support of carbon neutrality, addressing distribution and welfare inequalities within the planetary boundaries? So I think this is part of the background of our discussion on ESG and risk mitigation. And just want to have a first very quick round of comments on this overall context by our panelists, maybe starting with you, Mary, and then we will get more deeper into several aspects of this important conversation.
Yes, thank you very much. So look, I think we are really entering a critical window of opportunity. I think this has been mentioned at many points during tonight's discussion. And obviously, we are at the time where we could build back better, where we could put really the right target at the back of our projects. But what we feel at this stage is also missing, and this has actually been mentioned on some of the polls, is how do you actually create the pipelines that will enable that transformation? And also what we miss really at the core of that is data. So what are the actual data that could ensure that we understand what projects provide us different benefits, and therefore really then ensuring that we could get this data and that could inform those plans moving forward. And obviously this data also will de-risk the project overall by better understanding about the financial performance of assets. It was mentioned also earlier today that ESG and portfolio of ESG projects are likely to perform better. So it's also an important thing to bear in mind. But I just wanted to really, with some initial comments, because I think it's also something that hasn't been covered too much today, which is really about the data and how this could actually de-risk projects. So there is some work that is happening at the G20 as part of a G20 roadmap for infrastructure as an asset class that was endorsed in 2018. There is a work on data that has started where the GI Hub, the OECD, the World Bank, and other MDBs have been involved, also the EIB. And in reality, this will take a long time, and that really requires a lot of efforts around the table. But that's really critical to ensure that we are putting the right projects forward as part of this recovery and make it transformative, sustainable, resilient, and inclusive, and also ensuring that through those data, we could de-risk at a project level. So that would be my initial remarks.
Thank you very much, Mary. So data, Jérôme, a couple of hints maybe on the elements of this background scene.
Oh, thanks a lot. Well, first of all, I think the barriers are today very much present for private capital, be it insurance capital, pension fund capital, long-term investor capital, to move into infrastructure space. And let me please remind the panel and obviously the audience, the first time actually the G20 put infrastructure as an asset class was in 2014. So that's 7 years ago. And I really miss progress on financial market standardization. And I also miss progress on more concerted efforts amongst the public and the private sector. Yes, I do believe there's exceptional opportunity today. And it's not only exceptional, maybe it's the last chance to move from billion to trillion when thinking about infrastructure investments. But we also said last year and the year before that it was an exceptional and unique opportunity. So now I think in terms of moving from vision to action, we really need to walk the talk. So for me, the standardization needs to be at the core of what the international community can do, should do. Let me give you 2 examples, what it did in the past. Think about ETF market, exchange traded funds for equities. It lowered massively the barriers for equity investments. For sure, infrastructure, that will never be an equity class. For sure not, it will always be bespoken and idiosyncratic, but corporate bonds are also bespoken and idiosyncratic. Securitized credit is also bespoken and idiosyncratic. Second example, think about in the US, the government-sponsored entities like the Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, or Ginnie Mae. You needed them, and they created the US RMBS market. Without the government-sponsored entities, you wouldn't have the securitization market we have today. So bottom line for me today is we need to have more focus on standardization. I think there are some very good initiatives out there. Fast Infra, also Source, but definitely IOSCO. If you think about it, we have highways, we have the cars, but we don't have the traffic rules to really move from A to B. Let's make sure we get the traffic rules, because at the end of the day, the tradable asset class is, I think, what would move more money from institutional investors into infrastructure at large, but also into infrastructure in emerging market space. Very close.
So I think we are entering right into the heart of the issues, and so René, just a couple of comments maybe on what Jérôme just mentioned, and how to move from slow motion to accelerated change pathway in this very context of opportunities, but also of challenges.
Yeah, acceleration. Thank you, Nicolas. Acceleration is the right word, and we are really witnessing an acceleration as we speak, a kind of perfect alignment of planets. I can give maybe a few words from the private investors' perspective, where we're an asset manager. We deploy capital on behalf of private investors, and the appetite for infrastructure has never been as high. Why? Because these are the times where investors are looking for assets that generate stable returns, stable and predictable returns. Investors are looking for assets which are not that correlated to the economic cycles, assets that are not correlated to the volatility of the capital markets, and infrastructure does tick all these boxes. And what is really, how to say, boosting or increasing their appetite today is that with the COVID crisis, we just had, I'm talking in the past, it's still in motion, so let's touch wood, but the asset class has been passing a crash test, a real life crash test about their resilience. You know, at the very heart of the value proposition for investors when it comes to infrastructure investment, it's resilience, and there is a promise of resilience. And what we have seen is that this promise has been fulfilled or is being fulfilled because we are talking about essential needs. People need to move around, people need to switch on and switch off the lights, and so on and so forth. And this is really increasing the appetite of investors for infrastructure, and the needs are there. The needs are there with the energy transition agenda, with the digitalization agenda, and so there is room to grow. There is room to grow, and as you know, this market has traditionally been driven by the banking market. These are the traditional financiers of infrastructure. And bankers in these days are more willing to share assets, to share the financings with infrastructure investors. And this is why I call it, you know, perfect alignment of the planet with the theme of sustainability that I'm sure Nicolas will discuss later on, which is really becoming at the center of the.
Thank you, René. Ricardo, resilience on the one hand, which was said minutes ago. On the other hand, long-term transformation pathways, and also the fulfilling of basic infrastructure needs in conditions where informality and other risk factors are high on the agenda. From the World Bank in Africa perspective, how would you comment on the situation and on what René and Marie and Jerome have mentioned, and maybe also about data?
Listen, I cannot not agree with what my co-panelists said a few minutes ago. I mean, I have to say on the matter of data, Marie is absolutely right. Just to tell you one piece of information, in Africa, only 50% of the energy utilities publish audited reports. So you don't have financial data for 50% of the company. Now, all of us know how difficult it would be to invest, take into account that many of these companies are the off-taker of the private projects. So it's a major risk. Standardization, I fully agree with Jerome. I think it is a little bit the holy grail of infrastructure. I've been working infrastructure all over the world all my life, and I have to say it would be great. It would be great because standardization would mean to have the same contracts, would mean to make assets more tradable. So it would be absolutely fine. I think probably more developed countries, we are going towards that. Africa, we are certainly not there. But I mean, going to the last point, Africa has huge needs. Try to imagine 46% of the African population do have access to electricity, which means that 54% don't. Digital services, which are so key, we saw them during the pandemic. In Africa, the access to digital services is 22%. So just to tell you, certainly the demand is there, the potential is there. But where I'm majorly concerned is the capacity of many governments to really develop a consistent, predictable, transparent legal and regulatory framework that makes project sustainable. What René was saying a few minutes ago. I mean, the project must not be only bankable at the beginning, but must be sustainably bankable. If not, we go into renegotiations, we not go into all these kind of problems that make projects very, very difficult and goes against standardization. Of course, René very rightly talk about acceleration in energy transition. So we will see a lot of asset replacement, and that will be in favor, I hope, of more consistent, a more resilient asset base.
So let's keep this difference that we can see right globally about the infrastructure scene, whether in this region or this region. Daniel, so we have had like different viewpoints, and also this feeling that this conversation that we have today is not new, but somehow can lead to something different, and the convergence of entry points in today's event shows that this might be possible. What is your impression about that? What does your experience tells you?
Yeah, thank you very much, Nicolas. I think many things that were said have been said for a long time. Jerome is right, Marie is right. If you remember the conversations that we had 5 or 10 years ago, it was very similar. And I also think that right now, when in this conversation, also all afternoon, or the case of Mary, all night almost, it was about ESG and how important sustainability and resilience are. And I think we, in this bubble that we are in, we all agree on that. And I think the important thing is to recognize that we are in a way a bubble, and that the normal way to think about these things is, oh, ESG is also important, so let us make sure that our ESG officer has seen the project proposal and has signed it off. But still, the majority of decision makers see that as a prerequisite, sustainability and resilience as a prerequisite that is needed to make things work, but they don't really take it as seriously as they should. And I think the important step to make it visible and to make sure that it becomes a driver, as we all hope, of an asset class of sustainable and resilient infrastructure, is to highlight not only the defensive nature of risk mitigation by sustainability and resilience requirements, but also the sustainability and resilience as a value driver for infrastructure, because infrastructure is a long-term asset class. It's long-term oriented. Whether it's liquid or not, it doesn't really matter. It is long-term, and therefore governments as project sponsors have to look at the value in a different way, meaning that sustainability and resilience can improve the value of the asset in a long term, meaning also when I refer to what Sujoy Bose said in the previous panel, that if you want to resell the infrastructure to an investor one day in order to use the revenue to invest into new infrastructure that is badly needed in your country or by your government, the higher the price you can generate, the better. And the long-term price of the asset that you might want to sell in the future, whatever it is, be it a hospital, be it an airport, be it a university site or a toll road, is the higher, the more resilient and sustainable it was designed from the beginning. So governments have to understand that. And I think, and now I'm becoming political because we're in the context of the G20, I think it is very important that the G20 chair and the authors of statements that come out of it recognize this and put a very strong and firm, have a very strong and firm position about the long-term value that is created with sustainability and resilience for infrastructure assets, so that the future presidencies of the G20 cannot move back behind that, so to speak, red line of that valuation point. Because my big concern is that in the future presidencies, this position might be diluted, and we will be even more a bubble than before. And I hope that we will be less of a bubble and more of a mainstream in the future with that position.
Thank you, Daniel. I think this is a very clear point, and we have seen also in the first high-level roundtable that issues which were not typically raised in a session about infrastructure finance and markets, such as urban regeneration, urban change, building social housing, financial social infrastructure, everything which was clearly mentioned along with financing innovation and financing R&D, are really also maybe game changers, because the infrastructure conversation is not just done in abstracto, but also to meet a world that is constantly urbanizing and consuming more and more resources. So I think we have the results of the poll. Maybe can you show it on screen? Yep. So we have a little bit more government representatives in this session than in the previous one, but it's still very much balanced, and even brave representative of the academic sector. Which solution do you see as most effective to mitigate sustainable infrastructure investment risks? Stable policy, regulatory, and legal frameworks. I think this is an interesting issue, and we will have to address it because we are in anything but in a stable context. And the third question, how much do costs related to environmental and government sustainability represent a barrier? Yes, I think there is quite an agreement that it is a barrier. And so when we are talking about the opportunities linked with green growth and with leapfrogging into a different kind of economy, there is probably a little bit of work, right? So we can use the results of the poll while we are continuing our discussion. I would like to get back to you, Mary, as the Chief Executive Officer of the Global Infrastructure Hub. You have been in this infrastructure conversation also for many years. A number of us have been, right? One question which is also not new, but maybe it can find a different series of answers this year, is about the blending between public and private resources to reduce the perceived risk, the perceived level of risks for private investors, either at a domestic level, at a regional level, or at a global level.
Yeah, and I think this is, and Thierry in the former panel mentioned also something similar, is really around the risk perception, right? So really two ways to reduce risk perception that we also see in the work that we do is really the first one is collaboration. And that sounds very trivial, right? But I think here we're talking about a type of roll up the sleeves type of collaboration. So really we can start thinking of blending first when there is a need to be some type of collaborative pipeline. And we've talked about that before. nowadays, really all jurisdiction where you see private investment ramping up is where there is an opportunity to collaborate closely on crafting the deal. So here we're talking about very early stage of involvement. And this is really the first way to starting de-risking perception from investors. We actually at the Hub are doing a piece of work on driving delivery reforms that is coming out later this year. And this will showcase way of co-creating between the public and the private. So earlier on, I think there was a poll that said we need to promote PPPs versus more important that like new models. The reality is that we see is that a lot of these existing models too easily get into risk mitigation in a very conflictual from the get-go in terms of the various contracts that exist. So it's really trying to think much more creatively and collaboratively in the early stage. So we'll be developing a digital platform that showcases innovative improvement G20 economies have made in the recent years to infrastructure delivery. And this is really intended to provide infrastructure policymakers very practical tool and practitioner of decision makers with very practical example of improvements to infrastructure delivery model. So it's not only about the PPP. So 4 aspects to that is first to improve efficiency for governments and outcome for the communities. Let's not forget that ultimately infrastructure is there to benefit to the communities. Evolve sustainability of contractual suite for government and industry. The third aspect is really to review contractual treatment of risk. And the last one is optimize utilization of private finance. So remembering also that when you tap into the private sector, we've been discussing about this massive trillion that will have to be deployed. Beyond the financing, this is really around leveraging the capacity, the capability, the expertise, the innovation that really the private sector is here for. So really those delivery models are not only about leveraging, creating collaboration just around the finance, it's really around all of the other benefits that the private sector could bring. So the second piece is really around this risk allocation and risk mitigation. Risk allocation really should be at the center of every transaction, and a deep understanding of the risk allocation arrangement is a precondition to the drafting of successful infrastructure project contracts. So too often, poor risk allocation through contract with the builders, the financier, early in the concept and design phase lead to higher materials risks and private finance shortages later on. So the recipe is unfortunately there. So the Hub, in partnership with the World Bank, actually updated last year this PPP risk allocation tool, which has been going across 500 projects and really trying to understand by sector and subsector where is ideally the risk best allocated to the party that is the best able to manage it. And if you are a developing country or developed country, this risk allocation will evolve over time, right? So there are certain risks that will have to be borne by the public sector to start up with. So, and really the appropriate application, yeah, sorry, Nicolas.
No, go on, shortly, go on.
Yeah, so let me just finish with ESG, because I think that the trend and adoption of ESG has been growing in the last 5 years, and it's really a way to de-risk the perception of investors. We heard it's not a nice to have, it's a must have now. If you go back 10 years ago, ESG was really still a bit of a burden to investors. We have a research that we're going to publish later on this year that show that when looking at the ESG score of the top 20 largest primary investor over the past 5 years, the lower bound has disappeared. It's this data is actually quite impressive to look at. So as a result, ESG is, as I said, not only a nice to have, but really a risk mitigation actual instrument to ensure it's compliant with the investment thesis of the investors.
Yes, thank you so much, Mary. There are on the table, it was mentioned, a number of tools or places, right, within this G20-wide infrastructure conversation, and even beyond the global infrastructure, the global GIF was mentioned, the fast infra was mentioned, and a couple of others. But somehow this has not prevented things not to go fast enough, and now there are a number of additional issues where social sustainability comes along with environmental sustainability in a reinforced manner. So one overall question that we will address later, but please think about that, is whether we would particularly need this year, let's say, as an outcome for the from the G20 on infrastructure, a new round, a new mechanism, a new platform, or a new initiative, or whether it is not the right way and it would be much better to align the energies such as what we are doing today. So this question, I would like to get back to that a little bit later. Daniel, you have insisted about risks linked with also changes of approaches, linked with ESG priorities, etc. But probably long-term investors, such as the one who are part of the G20, can also contribute to promote, as was Mary referring to, de-risking of risk and a de-risking of perception of risks. How should that be done? What would be the tools or the parameters to take into account?
Sorry, there are different factors. One is related to the challenges of creating sustainability and resilience, such as regulatory frameworks, carbon pricing, capacity building with the public sector, or lack of real incentives to the investors. But I would like to highlight one aspect which is not discussed very often, and that's about how does the design of infrastructure projects and the revenue stream influence the success of infrastructure with regard to sustainability and resilience. And surprisingly, this is mainly an economic equation, although we talk about many factors that are around the sustainable development goal. Because in a way, infrastructure projects are successful when they benefit the society. They are successful because the society likes them and there is a license to operate, but also availability of capacity and of finance from the public sector, and the people like it. The people like a subway that is functioning and that is run smoothly and on time and has is inclusive and has, for instance, an inclusive pricing model that allows also poor people to run or to ride, or has specific compartments for women because they usually might go by foot because they don't feel safe in the subway. So things like that are really important. And why do I mention them? It is about the detail. The detail in the project often matters, and therefore I would like to echo what Mary said. There is a specific responsibility of the private sector who wants to invest successfully for both this private sector and the public sector, the partner, and that's to be involved very early on in the design of the project and make sure that the needs of sustainability and resilience are met in line with the needs of the investor to create a so-called bankable project. And this has to go together. We cannot underestimate that. I know it's a current trend, but I think it should really have more emphasis also in public policy and in global policy and in the policy of the multilateral development banks, that there is a responsibility to be involved very early on, also because of the lack of capacity sometimes in the public sector, because many public sector employers don't pay as well as the private sector, and therefore people are, once they're educated, they walk away, and then we have that lack of capacity in the public sector. So look at the details very early on, be courageous and be involved very early on. I know that sometimes it comes in the way of a tendering process, because when you are involved in the design of a project, you sometimes are not eligible anymore to bid. I think that's something that has to be overcome. But at the end of the day, the economic value that I mentioned is to make a project bankable, you need to establish a revenue stream to the investors. That's clear. This works well if the economic value created by the project exceeds the revenue to the investors. So we have to share the revenue between the investors and the public. In this case, society is better off. In cases where the economic value does not exceed the revenue, you are effectively establishing a long-term rent paid to the foreign private investor. And that's something that depletes actually the public good. It depletes the public cash box, so to speak, and it is not a good project. So at this point, this the revenue stream from an infrastructure project has to be established early on in a very transparent way, so that people see there is a revenue for society and there's revenue for investors, and it's shared in this way, and therefore it can be bankable and sustainable and resilient in the long term.
Thank you. So it would be kind of infrastructure for people and infrastructure for investors, right? All at the same time.
Right. Yeah, you have to share the returns, otherwise it will not work. And that's something that's very much underestimated, and it makes, there's a lot of hesitancy around this market, also a lot of envy and problems that come from very human questions that come up in project design, development, and implementation.
Jérôme, getting back to you, are those aspects a part of the main barriers for infrastructure investments? Is this contribute to explain why you've mentioned that, according to you, not enough progress was made, although this conversation could nearly have taken place back in 2014?
Well, first of all, much agree with what my very good friend Daniel has been saying from Global Infrastructure Basel, and the details that matter a lot. So yes, I agree what I've been saying. However, at the same time, I think fact is that the discussion topics, how do we get to a tradable asset class? How do we remove the barriers for investments? They are not different this year than the year before, than 2 or 3 years before. However, we add complexity. Now it needs to be sustainable, and rightly so. Nicola, you asked before, right? What could be a new mechanism and platforms that we could wish for? Now, tomorrow is not going to be Christmas, but let me make a wish anyway. If there were a wish I could make, I would like to see the multilateral development banks and IOSCO working really hard together to come up with a common best practices for financial market documentation, contract frameworks for PPP, like the traffic rules I mentioned for. I think IOSCO also needs to be part of that. Second, I would wish to see, I know it's a big wish, but if Christmas were around the corner, allow me a big wish. I would like to see a public-private partnership pilot transaction, which really showcases that, yes, this gold standard I've been thinking about, and we have been thinking about collectively over the few years, is really doable. And third, I think there's also a lot of responsibility with multilateral development banks, whether it's the Global Infrastructure Facility, whether it's the World Bank or the IFC or the regional multilateral development banks, or whether it's the G20 community. But I think the G20 community should ask also multilateral development banks to guide and qualify whether a specific transaction meets the minimum best standards or not. Because if you would require multilateral development banks, first of all, to develop these best practices and standards, and then second, make the qualification, then you would definitely guide the market, and then you have the gold standard. Point is, if you think about PPP, let's keep the public part small, but let's catalyze the public money so that the private money can come in. Yes, infrastructure and sustainable infrastructure is hugely attractive for insurance companies and long-term investors, but barriers are still much, much high. Thank you.
This approach, this proposal, right? The convergence between MDBs, maybe also NDBs, National Development Banks, and IOSCO. René or Ricardo, do you think that could help cut through the sort of the forest of indicators, reporting tools, ESG indicators, and help move this conversation forward? Help really give a boost to this much needed convergence across public and private actors to support infrastructure investments. Maybe René?
Yeah, I'm happy. I mean, and I think one of the reasons why this convergence is becoming critical is precisely impact. Is precisely the fact that we are entering we are way beyond ESG, or at least beyond ESG, which, as Mary was saying, is already a must-have. We are the new frontier is impact, where we are setting extra financial goals. We are setting ESG goals to the investment, sitting alongside the financial performance goals of an investment. The minute you say that, the minute you state that, you raise the question about measuring. Okay, if I have an extra financial target, which is an impact on climate, an impact in terms of job creation, you choose the type of impact you want to create. You need to measure how far or how close you are from that target. So it raises a question about the tools and the methodologies, and the question about having a common language, having common tools. And it's true that there are so many initiatives, which is extremely good, but at the same time, it still looks like, a kind of the Tower of Babel. We're talking different languages, and we need to find, we need to invent the universal language of ESG, and impact is the place to do it. And in terms of bringing together the so-called developed world and the developing world, I think impact is also a very good theme, because impact was first developed on the developing markets. When you are in the so-called developed or mature economies and financial markets, some people tend to think that innovation comes from the let's say the so-called developed market, and then it is somehow exported to the emerging countries and the developing world. Well, impact, it's a good example of the other way around. These has been concepts and methodologies that have been first promoted and put together by development banks, DFI, where an investment could only be considered only if you can show that you do create an impact. And now it is a theme in Europe and North America, and this is driving the agenda of tools, of data. It was mentioned at the beginning, and finding a common language. So for me, impact is a place to reconcile both sides of the.
Nicolas, do you mind if I ask René a question?
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
You can ask
René,
a question, but then I will pass it on to Ricardo.
Yes,
please
René, because I'm one of the originators of the SURE standard, which is issued by the Global Infrastructure Basel Foundation, which is one of the leading standards for sustainable and resilient infrastructure. So I just have to mention that, because you will understand my question better if I give this commitment to sustainability and resilience, which is a clear one. But I find it problematic, or to put it as a question, don't you find it problematic to speak of extra financial targets? I think the whole world we're living in is measured in financing measures. And I think extra financial targets, they give you the impression that you have to put something on top of what you, some more money, you have to, some more cost on top of what it costs anyway. And therefore you lose the competition, so to speak, because you have a better project, granted, but it is more expensive. And I think it's much better to talk about the long-term financial benefits of sustainability and resilience instead of talking of extra financial targets, because that's quite a dangerous path. Question mark.
Noted. René, please, I will get back to you in a second, if you allow me. But this could be another 1 hour discussion on this issue. But Ricardo, are there any lessons from developing infrastructure in Africa right now, in a very rapidly changing context that could be useful to nurture this global conversation?
Let me stay global for 1 second. First of all, the point just made by Daniel, I mean, I can understand that from a viewpoint of long-term investments and all the rest, we want to make sure about the certainty of the funds, of the financial flows and all the rest. But I think it is important to remember that all kind of infrastructure, at the end, they serve a public good. So they are designed for people, they are basically transport or power, whatever, hospitals and so on and so forth. So I think that the point that was made around 10 minutes ago, that infrastructure, in order to be financially sustainable and so less risky, must be widely accepted by the consumer, whatever it is. And it must be accepted from the viewpoint of inclusiveness, as it was said, but the other word that was not said is affordability, because there are plenty of motorways that I can cite all over the world, very well built, but there is no demand because people cannot pay for that. So let's always remember that infrastructure serves a public good. And that, if you want, feeds into the ESG conversation. I noticed from the poll that on a scale from 1 to 4, most of the people who commented, they think the cost is 2 to 3. I think the ESG is key, honestly, and it's not only a measure of impact, but it is very much a measure of sustainability. I think especially companies like yours, they don't want to be involved in a kind of reputation risk situation linked to environment, to social, to governance. And I can tell you so many examples on that. So I think this is, even though it might be costly, I think it is really part of the project and all the rest. Let me go on the other thing. I noticed from the poll as well that 52% of the respondents say that what they would like to see is a better framework. 15% say guarantee should be provided, which means that 2/3 of the respondents, I mean, they're quite traditional, no? I mean, what is the risk? Is predictability of the legal and regulatory framework and availability of guarantee. I think the work of the MDBs should be very much upstream. I mean, we do at the World Bank, we do provide guarantees for payments, for repayment, termination, political risk, and so on and so forth. But I think that our work is really upstream to make sure that the capacity of public institution is bolstered in a way where the final project that is made available, it is really bankable. And it is really sustainable in time. So I think that's where MDBs should put a lot of their assets, both financially and from an advisory viewpoint. Of course, we will always remain in providing financial guarantees to projects. And I have to say, from the viewpoint of indicators, I think it's Jerome. I think it's right. There are a lot of indicators. We use the regulatory indicators for sustainable energy. We have a list of countries, but I have to say at the end, it really goes country to country, I have to say, and that's maybe the big problem that we find. We always try we certainly try to replicate good projects, and projects where we are involved by definition, we think they are sustainable projects. But it's true that we find, like I think the whole of the industry, difficulty not to replicate, but really to standardize. That's why I said at the very, very beginning, that's a little bit the Holy Grail. So I stop here.
And if I may quickly also react to the question to spice up a little bit the panel, right? And thanks, Donny, for bringing in the viewpoint. I also totally agree. ESG is not a luxury anymore. It's part of the financial thinking. Climate change is systemic risk, no question about it, and we need to act. If you look at the climate change, fact is today's trajectory, we are not meeting the Paris Agreement, and we are estimating that the global economy risks losing about 1/5 of its global economic output by mid-century. So the stakes are really high, and definitely we need to marry the concept of sustainability and infrastructure, because also there's so much growth multiplier, and we need the growth multiplier. Global recovery is not a sprint, and we shouldn't be complacent just because the data coming out of Europe and especially out of US are super strong. They will not remain as strong as today. The global recovery healing will remain as a sprint. I just wanted to mention additional one point in terms of the costs of barriers to incorporate ESG. Everybody now agrees that climate change is systemic risk. But then I ask myself, why is the regulatory capital charge framework be it for banks, be it for other financial market institutions? Why is it no more granular and takes the ESG into account? We need more granularity. We need to take into account that high quality or sustainable infrastructure that should require different treatment. And for sure, we need market consistent regulatory treatment, but market consistent is taking systemic risk into account. Maybe one thing, statistic I would like still to share, 75%, think about that, of the infrastructure which is in place mid-century doesn't exist yet, which means the better and the more we put sustainability at work, the stronger growth multipliers we have. And yes, Ricardo is right. There are different national regulations, different frameworks across the world for sure. But that's why for a tradable asset class, we need to have this minimum best standards. And no question that political risk, investor risk is super high in lower developing countries in times where macro and geopolitical uncertainty is so high as today. So that's why you can lower barriers if you get a tradable asset class. And I think we all have a shared interest for this to happen.
René, I promised we will get back to you. Part of this discussion now is about whether I understand, right, if I recapture right, whether there is a kind of rebalancing or even a shift from infrastructure supply to also demand-driven infrastructure, right, which would be a little bit different. Is this also what you meant with the notion of impact? And then I would like to get back to Mary about a very, very important issue, which is whether it is possible to cut through the number of standards and indicators and how to accelerate the uptake maybe of a couple of major issues that are shared across all standards and indicators to approach this gold standard for ESG or infrastructure sustainability. René and Mary.
Yeah, no, very quickly. I think more, and I'm trying to look at it from a positive way, and the progress that has been made, and more investors, and if not, most of more of them do look at ESG not as a cost, but as a way to improve the value, to create value, and to create benefits. To take Daniel's word, we're talking about the need to talk the same language, and I think we have the small example in this panel. And yeah, the demand driven, it's a very interesting concept, because you see now so many investors, and I'm really very enthusiastic about that, who wants to invest with the purpose of making an impact, who would tell you, okay, I want to invest only if you show me that my investment does create an impact, for example, a social impact. So this is becoming a very powerful driver in terms of investment.
Thank you, René. Marie, we haven't heard from you for a while. I'm sorry about that.
No, that's completely fine. Well, I think we had this very interesting moment where for a long time it was great to see innovation around these ESG standards, right? And definitely Daniel with SURE and other standards like GRESB and Vision, you have a lot of them that have been actually leading the way. But now we're coming at the time where having too many of them, and sometimes proprietary framework, which are used as unique selling proposition for some of the funds to their limited partners, needs to get into a more convergent place. Why is that? Is that in the end, if you want to be then working with the governments, and if you want the equivalent for the government has been very much this work we've done on QII, and now this follow-up on work in developing the indicators that was mentioned earlier on by Secretary Yellen, is really around to say, okay, what is really, as governments, let's look at all of those indicators that we're already using, but then at the same time, you want to also at some point understand what the investors are looking at. But if the investors have so many different of them, it's kind of difficult to start somewhere, right? So I think at this stage, it's really trying to get these two sides that are trying to evolve, but at some point they need to get these touch points. So we could ensure that this is growing consistently, right? But I think this is probably this kind of tipping point where we are right now. But interestingly, as we've been discussing this quite a lot, we are already at the impact investing stage. we are already about thinking the next frontier. This is really also about circular economy. I mean, if you think that infrastructure is expected to consume more than half of the world's projected material by 2060, then the extraction, the manufacturing, and the production of those materials are responsible for around 45% of the global GHG, right? So this is then back to what we discussed earlier, which is renewable will not make it all. And I think Mr. Fink mentioned it quite clearly that renewable will not make the gig. So it's really about circular economy. And I've seen from my fellow colleagues from the G20 probably about the cost, the fear. We have been working this year with the G20 on circular economy and bringing awareness about that topic. We have been sharing a draft circular economy roadmap for governments to consider that will be discussed at the next G20 Infrastructure Working Group meeting next week. And really the idea is to provide understanding broadly about what it entails. But I think we organized also a workshop a month ago for the G20 on that specific topic. And that was one key point that for me was very, very important. We had a representative from Lafarge-Holcim that actually not only they could do a circular economy compliant road at the same cost, it's actually cheaper. And this is a technology that is already available. So of course, like Mr. Fink said, not all of the technology is available and we still need to invest in R&D. But on the other end, there are things, they are low-hanging fruit again, right? So if there is already a very large cement company that could say, I could build cheaper roads that are circular, why not taking advantage of that, right? So I think there is definitely this things to bear in mind, but also what it's going to mean in terms of indicators. And those ones are probably closer to impact investing. So that also means that, you know, literally this discussion needs to advance quite fast.
So what does it mean? And that might be a question for all. Does this mean that a wrong way would be to get to even more sophisticated indicators and standards with even more criterias, and the right way would be to reconsider and find a common agreement about 3-4 key priorities that could be then embodied through different standards? Or, I mean, how to respond both to those challenges that are old, but also that have sort of accelerated and that have been heightened by the COVID-19 crisis. Ricardo, and then Daniel.
I think, I mean, we would be very happy, I have to say, to work with the long-term financial investors that are represented here very much on some simple ESG indicators that can help future investments and can help tradability of assets. I think it is something we have to do, because what I notice is that ESG is becoming far more important. And if you look at it in the context of climate change, look at the successes of active shareholding vis-a-vis energy companies. We just saw what happened with Shell, with Exxon here in the United States. So I believe that this is a matter which is becoming more and more important. I mean, long-term investors are more interested to have sustainable assets from every viewpoint. So very happy to try to sit down. We did it once, I mean, before COVID, with the financial sector to try to find ESG for energy. It wasn't for infrastructure as a whole at the time. But I think this is something we can certainly consider.
Thank you very much, Ricardo.
Thank you.
Daniel.
Thank you, Ricardo. I think it's like in a ball game, you play the ball towards the goal, and I will take it up right away by saying that we have been involved and are leading an effort which is also sponsored by the World Bank and by other multilateral banks, which is called a line set of sustainability indicators. And this is Mary is also informed about that. It is a first, let's say, multilateral approach together with long-term investors to create a joint set of indicators. So welcome everybody to help with that. And also, Ricardo, we will be in touch also with your section, because I'm aware of that not everybody in the World Bank is clearly involved as they should be. And but the point there is that every morning when I open my computer, I see immediately news about a new standard or a new set of indicators for sustainability that's being issued or developed, and that's quite, I have to say, even though as Mary mentioned, I'm a pioneer of this area, it's quite confusing even to me. I think it will probably confuse the market even more than me as someone who leads these efforts, has been leading this effort for a long time. And I think this is a real calamity. And what I would like to hear from the other panelists, maybe their opinion. In the last sessions, I don't remember who said that. Maybe Deborah or Thierry. I'm not sure. They proposed to bolster the GIF, to make it more important by giving it an order of magnitude, or maybe 2 orders of magnitude of more money by donors, so that they can play their role as facilitators for sustainability, resilience, for also educating and governments and improving the collaboration between different shareholders and maybe different standards. Because I really think that the groundwork that the Global Infrastructure Facility has done on a very small scale in the past could be improved by a stronger leverage that whereby they could provide help in regulation to create this stable regulatory environment, help for capacity, to make sure that public officials who work with infrastructure are better paid so that they can stay where they are and do good, or to create incentives in early stages of infrastructure so that they can afford the studies that are necessary to be really resilient and so on. So what do the other panelists think maybe about this idea?
Yes, thank you, Daniel. We take that issue. So we have 4 minutes, right, before we wrap up this discussion, and I think we have to be right on time. So I would just give you the choice, right? We have, I've got 2 options. One is about the standards, or whether another approach about sort of asset classes, such as everything linked to port industries, which is obviously one key infrastructure which you can find everywhere in the world, or urban infrastructure, would be also a way to overcome this kind of some sort of standards gridlock. Right? So that's one issue. The other issue, and you can choose again which question you want to answer. The other issue is about whether some innovative solutions could be also coming from emerging markets, maybe with different sets of financial / social solutions. And the last question, of course, is whether such tool as the GIF should be reinforced. Maybe starting with you, Jérôme.
Well, we have very little time. You have lots of questions. Let me be very brief. ESG is not a cost, but policy in action is. In fact, we have been talking about the need, and G20 has put as a priority the need of tradable infrastructure needing to be a tradable asset class. We are far away. Also, if you look at the data out there, private capital is going down in terms of infrastructure investments for the US and China. That's just a fact.
Okay.
Second, as former chair of the Global Infrastructure Facility for 2 years, yes, they're doing a fantastic job, and upscaling the gift makes a lot of sense. But third, we should not live under an illusion. We cannot build infrastructure out of DC. For outside DC, it needs to be built outside DC, and private capital market needs to be part of it. There's no way other way than having this tradable asset class. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So in 1 minute, either a question or one last remark. Ricardo, René, and then Marie.
Very quickly, yeah, I also think GIF need to be up. And yes, I think infrastructure needs more and more the private sector, and certainly the role of MDBs should be more upstream and trying to create the market. That's what I really believe. Help the private sector. Let's stop there.
Upstream role of MDBs. Thank you so much, René.
No, I mean, just maybe one thought about the desire to have one standard rule or methodology, a kind of one size fits all, which is very desirable, and that's where you attract investors. Let's also keep in mind that infrastructure, it's a very wide and diverse universe with actually different types of assets and characteristics. So it will always boil down to subsectors and the specificities of each sector. And I think we need to we need to assume that, to understand that, and even though there is this this desire to have one standard for all types of infrastructure everywhere in the world. So
thank you very much. Marie, maybe last final word.
Yeah, very briefly. I think we have been in an infrastructure crisis for a long time, and we are not visible onto the financial market like some other things like oil and so on. So I think it's probably why we have been in those discussions for quite some time. But on the other end, the urgency is now. We have seen from our research primary transaction falling down, steadily declining over the past 10 years to accumulate to only 100 billion of primary transactions. So that's really, really small. So at this stage, I mean, obviously we need to leverage market demand with the ESG side of things, but also really foster all of what is into our remit at this point of time to ensure we could get through that crisis quickly. Because I think we've been talking about it for quite some time, but agree with Jerome and others, this is time for action and really mobilizing all of that we have at hand.
Thank you very much. I think we are coming to the end of this session. Thank you again for your frank insights, and I hope that we have gathered a couple of, I would say, at least a little bit relevant ideas to nurture the uptake of this conversation towards the next finance track meeting in July, but also in October ahead of the G20 leaders meeting. Infrastructure as an asset class sure has a future, and there are ways clearly to do more than tinkering and change the conditions and reach out to sustainability. Thank you very much, and I think now we are getting back into a plenary format with the final round of remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nicolas, and thank you very much to all the participants of this last seminar session, which it leaves us to the end of this journey. And I think journey is exactly the right term, as this is, as I stressed at the beginning, not a one-off event, but part of a conversation that started back in the past and will continue in the future. I think today we have made some important steps in this path and in this journey, and we will now go towards the future, and we look at the future with another keynote speaker that will intervene in a moment, which is Ms. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, which is the finance minister of Indonesia. And as you know, Indonesia will take over the lead of the G20 and of course the G20 finance track in 2022. Before that, just my great thank you to all the moderators of today. You've done an amazing job, also staying on time, which is not exactly easy, as we've learned in this 1.5 year of virtual conferences. So thank you very much for your efforts, for your contribution, and for your participation. And also thank you to all the organizers of this event, the G20, the OECD, and the D20, in particular, Cassa Depositi e Prestiti as the Italian representative of the network. After the intervention of the Minister Indrawati, there will be some final closing remarks from the Italian Finance Minister Daniele Franco. Also, the closing remark will be a recorded video message. As you may know, all the finance ministers of the G7 are actually traveling to London for tomorrow finance G7 finance summit. I just want to conclude saying that all the sessions of today will stay on the website of the G20.org and the OECD, so you will be able to watch it again and make a further reference in the future. Now I will give the floor to Ms. Sri Mulyani Indrawati for your final remark. Please.
Thank you, Andrea. First of all, I would like to convey our highest appreciation for the Italian G20 Presidency, OECD, and the G20 Long-Term Investor Club in conducting a strategic discussion today. We also express our gratitude to the distinguished speakers and participants for active and fruitful discussion. I heard especially on the last part. We have noted that the forum has successfully discussed several topics, including infrastructure investment for the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, mobilizing private financing for sustainable infrastructures, as well as risk mitigation and incorporating sustainability, as well as ESG consideration into quality infrastructure investment decision. I believe that the dialogue has provided us an effective platform to build a shared vision for a long-term value creation in infrastructure among government, regulators, and investors. Ladies and gentlemen, infrastructure is definitely a driver of economic prosperity and provides a solid basis for strong, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth. According to the IMF in its G20 surveillance note dated November 2020, has highlighted that the global real GDP would increase by close to 2% by 2025 if economies with fiscal space increase their infrastructure investment spending by 0.5% of GDP in 2021. And it can also raise to 1% of GDP in 2022 and keep it at that level until 2025. And economies with fiscal space at risk spend about a third of that amount. So now with the COVID-19, many countries and jurisdictions will have a less fiscal space. So with this less fiscal space available due to the necessary spending on COVID-19 and crisis response, it is becoming more important to explore alternative sources of funding for infrastructure. In line with the G20 roadmap to infrastructure as an asset class and building on the G20/OECD report on the collaboration with institutional investors and asset managers on infrastructure, the dialogue between public and private investors to mobilize infrastructure funding, in this case, to bridge the infrastructure investment gap should be continued. And I heard today discussion on business model, innovative financing technique, and also some examples from diverse participants and market to unlock financing for sustainable infrastructure is definitely very relevant and timely. We are all aware that the private sector considered the risk in infrastructure as a key challenge to overcome. Appropriate risk mitigation, allocation, as well as management arrangement are crucial to facilitate investment. This has been discussed for quite some time. And in addition to that, the increasing willingness of the investor to incorporate sustainability as well as ESG consideration into their quality infrastructure investment decision should be facilitated and supported. I think this is really a way to go from now on. And we believe that the discussion today has successfully addressed this important issue and also provided us a better understanding and assessment of sustainability, risk allocation between the public and private sector, de-risking mechanism over the infrastructure life cycle, as well as cost, challenges, and solution for both government and investor, especially in integrating ESG in infrastructure, taking into account different infrastructure and different country circumstances. I heard on the last session talking about a standard approach, early involvement of the private sector, detailed planning. Even in this case, also discuss about common indicators, common criteria, or is in a common standard. So these are all very, very important. We look forward to discussing this strategic recommendation provided by this forum on our future G20 agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next G20 presidency in 2020, in which we, Indonesia, will host, we have laid the G20 Infrastructure Investors Dialogue as part of our discussion on the infrastructure agenda to optimize infrastructure contribution to the green, resilient, and inclusive recovery. 2022 is a critical year in continuing our global work to safeguard the global economic recovery toward strong, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth. In this regard, investment in infrastructure hold the key to global economic recovery. As recognized in the update of the G20 Action Plan, April 2021, G20 reiterates its commitment to redouble effort to promote quality infrastructure investment and also to accelerate effort to mobilize quality infrastructure, to mobilize private sector on infrastructure financing, especially to fasten and creating a stronger recovery strategy. This is especially true also toward job creation and also to facilitate improvement in productivity and at the same time addressing the issue of climate change. So how we are going to address this climate change with the green infrastructure. Also very important in this discussion is the digital infrastructure. So all of those issues are very critical, important, but also interesting. We will continue the previous G20 deliverables in the infrastructure agenda, such as the roadmap to infrastructure as an asset class, the G20 principle for quality infrastructure investment, or QII, and the G20 Riyadh Infra Tech agenda. And the deliverable from the current Italian presidency is definitely going to be important, that will be continued. Among issues that potentially become the priority for the infrastructure agenda 2022 are as follows. First, regulatory framework and capital market to improve the investment environment. I think this is also discussed today. This work stream of roadmap to infrastructure as an asset class is critical to ensure well-functioning market for infrastructure financing, protect investors, and ensure efficiency, stability, promote integrity, and anti-corruption, while minimizing unnecessary regulatory burden. Second, integrating environmental and social consideration in infrastructure investment to ensure that infrastructure projects align with the NDC and with transitioning to a long-term low emission strategies. And third, continue work on infratech agenda to leverage infratech to enhance economic efficiency and mobilize private investment. One important aspect being discussed is regulatory challenges to grow the digital infrastructure sectors. As we are all aware, the fast growth of digital economy has led to the emergence of new regulatory risks, including the privacy of information, competition policy, as well as cybersecurity. Lastly, we have witnessed that the pandemic knows no borders and leaves a scarring impact on human life and the economy around the world. Therefore, it is important to reiterate the G20 commitment to improving and continuing collective effort to ensure that all economies can recover stronger together and invest for a better future. The infrastructure agenda of G20 in 2022 should reflect all this spirit. So thank you so much for a very fruitful discussion today. I will leave it to the MC again. Thank you so much. I'll see you in 2022 in Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your important words and contribution, and we wish you all the best for the preparation of the presidency of the G20 in 2022. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Andrea.
We now conclude our today's conference with some final remarks from the Italian Finance Minister, Daniele Franco. Thank you very much, and thank you to all the participants that have been attending the event today.
We have reached the end of today's conference. We had an extremely insightful exchange of views. Speakers and participants touched upon some crucial issues related to infrastructure financing and proposed solutions to mobilize additional capital. We also explore ways to ensure that these additional resources, once mobilized, contribute to achieve long-term climate and development goals and to boost a robust economic recovery at the global level. Speakers stressed the importance of effective risk mitigation mechanisms, of enabling regulatory frameworks, and of the alignment of national investment plans with long-term growth strategies. Crucially, the discussion today involved a wide range of stakeholders from G20 countries to multilateral and national development banks, funds, asset managers, international organizations, and companies. A full and effective involvement of all these actors is indeed essential to ensure an adequate and swift mobilization of resources for infrastructure financing. I would like to express my gratitude to all distinguished speakers, panelists, and moderators who took part in the high-level roundtable and seminar sessions today, contributing to make the dialogue a success. A special thank goes to my G20 ministerial colleagues with whom I share the challenge and the opportunity to shape and implement the international policy agenda at this critical juncture. I would also like to thank the organizer of this conference, the OECD, and the G20 Long-Term Investors Club, in particular Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, as the Italian representative of the network. They successfully supported us in the preparation of the conference. The outcomes of today's discussion will be revised into key messages that will serve as input for the G20 Finance Minister and Central Bank Governor meeting in October, before handing over to our Indonesian colleagues. As G20 Presidency, we commend the work already done to strengthen the dialogue between G20 countries and the private sector to increase the financing of sustainable infrastructure, in particular by unlocking resources from institutional and long-term investors. We believe that today's event marks an important step towards enhanced collaboration between the different sectors and actors involved. With this in mind, we look forward to the continuation of this dialogue in the future to bring concrete results and scale up investment. I will stop here. I wish you all a pleasant day. Thank you.